If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon. Don't spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah! Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Spoon. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just don't spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon. Don't spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah! Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Todo Spoon to get your information. Todo Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon
Balabadeba.
Spoon
Skidibidibidabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Besekua, go today. Kua, today.
Todo Spoon to get
Yes, what
your
you
information.
Okay, so tune to Spoon to be part of our discussion, to know exactly the happenings in Liberia, to get authentic information about all of the happenings across Liberia, to know what the policymakers are doing, what exactly are the issues unfolding in Liberia. Tune to Spoon every single day. This is where we give you authentic news. Welcome again to another edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We're back on your radio. Spoon Talk is online. There's absolutely no borders.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
And I mean from just anywhere, any part of the world,
In Africa,
you can always tune to Spoon Talk and know exactly what's happening in Liberia. Today is the 9th day of April. Of course,
crying for stuff.
2024. We're gradually winding down the curtains on the
You
year.
want to get a news update, my brother, tune to Spoon.
And Spoon Talk is back on your radio. My name is Nelson Colette.
Morovia, tune to Spoon. Politicians.
And so tonight we're live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1
In the ministry.
and Super 95.5 FM. Thanks to all of you who have joined us online. We're also live on YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is the YouTube handle. On Facebook, we are there at Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying the program. Many thanks to the folks there in Margibi County, Kibi FM 90.9. Thanks to the folks in Grand Crew County, Trend Radio 104.7. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, 88.7. And the host of other radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying this program, sometimes even without telling us. We appreciate the fact that you're a part of this joining, making sure that Liberians across the world are informed every single day as we go about doing what to do right here. So Spoon Talk is here, and I'd like to say welcome. Thanks to all of you who have joined us. Kindly share the program as you come on tonight. We will appreciate if you were to share the program because this edition of the program is loaded. A lot has been happening in Liberia today. And right here on Spoon Talk is where you get all of the details when it comes to those major happenings in the country. You get to interact with the newsmakers, the policymakers. And sometimes you get to have the opportunity to ask them some of those very tough questions, those critical questions that are on your mind. You get to engage with those various state actors. And so it's going to be a fascinating show tonight. A lot coming up. Information is here. All the details you want about the major happenings in the country will be up. Lots of stories here to follow tonight. And so I'd like to say welcome to the show. The CEO and the rest of the team will be on shortly. But just before we can have them and then take your calls, I want to bring you some of the updates. A few things happening in the country. A lot happening in the country, in fact. But let me just bring you a few of the major happenings in the country. Well, the first one has to do with the War Crimes Court. Yes, is the biggest issue of the day in the country. There has been lots of conversations around that. The resolution that passed through the lower house, the House of Representatives, as most of you are aware, and this all started, of course, when a video of the president having an exclusive interview with Alan White surfaced on the social media. And then in no time, the whole issue about War Crimes Court again resurfaced in the country, fresh at the very start of the Unity Party or the Black administration. And the discussion went at the lower house. It was overwhelmingly endorsed by the folks there at the lower house, at the House of Representatives. Once it passed through that first branch of government, especially at the lower house, then it went up to the Senate, and then the Senate had to go through that entire instrument. It was actually a resolution from the House of Representatives. The Senate had to go for a break. They came back from the break. They set up a committee to advise the plenary of the Liberian Senate as to how to proceed with the War and Economic Crimes Court in the country, to advise the plenary of the Senate. Well, that committee has done her work, and today, the Liberian Senate made the official pronouncement about the passage of that resolution at the level of the Senate. Well, 29 senators who were present in session today, of the 29, 28 senators signed onto that resolution for the establishment of War and Economic Crimes Court in Liberia, and one senator did not sign, and that senator happens to be Senator James Banning of Maryland County. Well, Senator Ellis Tower was not in session today, so he didn't get to sign on that resolution. He was distant. But of the 29 senators, 28 signed. Interestingly, Senator Prince Johnson, who has been one of the staunch critics of the War and Economic Crimes Court situation in the country, was one of those senators who signed in session. And it was very interesting because after a few senators, the lobbying and everything that went on, some of the senators, about 25 senators, had already signed. And then Senator Prince Johnson took the stage, and then he was able to make the case. In fact, Madam Pro Tem, why did you guys not inform me that I had to sign on to this resolution? Well, since you didn't inform me, I want to do it right here in the public. I want everyone to know that I support War and Economic Crimes Court establishment. And so Senator Prince Johnson did sign the resolution. And then interestingly, right after, the Senate adopted it and everything, Senator Johnson walked out. And then immediately when he walked out, he expressed some serious concerns about the whole process, saying that the War and Economic Crimes Court is in the first place unconstitutional, and it is wicked, is targeted at certain individuals, and he doesn't think the Senate is proceeding the right way. And then the question of why then did you sign it when this is something that's unconstitutional? He said, well, he signed it because majority members of the Senate wanted it. Well, Senator Yahya Nimlin also signed the resolution. Most of you are aware he's one of those persons who has been very critical when it comes to this whole issue, this whole idea about the establishment of War and Economic Crimes Court in the country. He signed onto that document. But in his remarks, in his comment today at the Liberian Senate, he said that though he signed onto the document, but he's disappointed that what is signed onto in Ghana at the Accra Peace Accord, what they were made to sign onto, they were deceived. They were misled. What he signed onto is far from the reality of today. He's one person who was very optimistic that this whole conversation about war and economic crimes code would not have reached this far. But of course, yes, he signed onto it as well. And Senator James Money did not sign on grounds that he thinks there are some constitutional issues with the whole thing about war and economic crimes court. He thinks that the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice, the highest court in the country, and there should be absolutely no court that will be established in the country that is not subject or that cannot be subjected to that of questioning or further decision making from the Supreme Court. So he believes that until those constitutional issues surrounding the establishment of war and economic crimes court can be addressed, he will not sign. Well, and those are some of the issues. And interestingly, Mr. Allen White was in session today, one of those persons who have been a strong voice calling for war and economic crimes court in the country. Immediately when Senator Edwin Melvin Snow saw him, he got furious. He said, I knew that Mr. Allen White was going to be in session today. Trust me, I wouldn't have signed onto that war and economic crimes code. In fact, I regret signing onto it because I feel like, he came to observe us, to like see us how we do it. After, it's like trying to police us as we do our job. And then he went on to express disappointment over the form and manner in which Western powers have treated colonial countries, and then he thinks that countries like Liberia should be benefiting a whole lot from the U.S., for example, based on the historical ties and everything. And so there was an outburst from that end, from the senator, yes, but that was that. So the resolution was passed today. But interesting thing to note here is that the resolution came from the lower house, but there were some amendments, there were some modifications that were done to that resolution. So a few things that were added to the resolution from the lower house was that the president should make a public apology, and in alignment with what came from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that there should be a Palava hot discussion as part of the process of establishing the War and Economic Crimes Court in the country. And aside from the Palava hot discussion, the affected communities, the people in those communities where people were affected and all of that, they should be able to benefit to some extent. So those are all modifications that were done with respect to that particular War and Economic Crimes Court resolution that came from the lower house. So it's still a resolution. It's going to be sent to the decks of the president. It still has a long way. That a resolution was passed today does not mean that tomorrow we're automatically going to see the establishment of a War and Economic Crimes Court. So it's a whole long way, but it's a good start. Like Senator Momo Saras of Lofa County said today, this is a better beginning of a very joyful journey, of a journey that's going to have a very joyful end. That's what he said. So this is where we are. Well, a lot of you are aware that Ghanaians, Liberians in Ghana, have been dragged to court following that decision from the authorities there. Well, the hearing has been slated for the 11th of February, the 11th of April. Now, ahead of that time, the Foreign Ministry dispatched a team to see how best they could address the situation, working closely with the Liberian embassy there in Ghana. So the Foreign Minister today disclosed that Madam Sarah Beslo-Yanti, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, disclosed that there are plans now to repatriate the over 1,500 Liberians who were recently evicted from the Buduburan camp in Ghana. So yes, final one quickly. I see Mr. Dwalu is in the background. Let me try to Okay, let me see if I can bring him on. The final one is that the House of Representatives has now summoned former and current heads of the LECC for making former President George Weah's asset public declaration. For making his asset declaration public unlawfully. That's what they say, and they have summoned former and current heads of the LACC. That's the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. All right. So let me bring Mr. Dwalu in. Mr. Dwalu, good evening, sir. Welcome. It's good to have you on tonight, sir.
Hey, Nelson, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm doing fine, and I'm glad to be here again. I
Yeah, you
see
have to be happy.
the Liberian flag in the background.
It's always there. It's
As
always
usual, lots of books.
yeah. We try to do our best, but it looks for me. I'm a little hesitant to celebrate on this passage of this WCC because in Liberia, our officials never follow anything through. They will say something that never gets done. So it's a step in the right direction, but I'm not going to celebrate until I see my own abo kolo kolo. Until that point, I don't believe anything they're doing.
Yeah, and yeah. And Mr. Dwalu, I see a lot of people already started celebrating. Yeah, maybe, and just maybe to some extent, it's something that worth celebration, especially for a lot of people who have some personal connection, who lost some dear family members and friends during the civil war. But I think it's a long way. It's a whole process. This is just a very good start. But I think we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, we do. But Nelson, I want to address something.
Richardson, hello.
Dr. Richardson came early, and there is something trending on Facebook. And sometimes when something is trending in the country, we have to address it, whether we like it or not. There was a post made by, I'm not going to say her name, but I don't want to promote her. It was initially said by somebody else, another brother, about I don't talk to people who take by Osa bucket and they use the water to flush their toilet, the sleeping heat. This is the end where I'm going to come from. If Nelson Collet, boss Pankana, he made Pankana oil. He established an industry. He hires people. He expands that operation, and he's sleeping on the air conditioning. Nelson Collet is above the typical. I will celebrate him to the ends of the world. But if your wealth was garnered through public service, where in most instances we understand the only way you could have gotten that money was through public theft, you say, oh, they can't prove it. Your salary cannot substantiate what you've acquired. And then you come back to the very people whom you've taken advantage of and say, listen, I don't argue with people who take buying outside bucket. Nobody's asking you to argue with anybody. But the connotation that for some reason that you are better now because you've gotten enough stolen money from the Republic, and all of a sudden you're better than the very people you've stolen from. There is something psychologically wrong with you. We ought to buy in bathing bucket, also bucket. There are conditions that persist in the country today because the very people who have been charged to fixing the problem in Liberia, they fix their own homes, they build mansions for themselves, where they don't have to use also bucket. All they do use now, they use flush toilets because guess what? The money that should have gone to Zwedru to build decent quality educational system and a sanitation infrastructure to facilitate the livelihood of our people has been taken away and is given to government officials so now they can claim they're living on the air conditioning, they're not living on the heat. I am not saying we shouldn't throw a job at one another, but when you are a public official and what you've acquired cannot be substantiated to do your hard work, to do what you've done, and we know it's only to the government. I don't know one person in the Republic of Liberia, before I give it to the other friend saying, I don't know one person in Liberia. I've never come across that person. Maybe that person does exist. I want to see them and I will celebrate them. That has become wealthy in the Republic, absent any form of affiliation with government. I don't know one person. Until we see that person, you got to stop this nonsense that because now you can eat 3 times a day because you left government after you've enriched yourself and now you think you're bigger than anybody in the country. There is something psychologically wrong with you. That me, Opa, Toki, Yamokapa after me. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dwalu, and hello, Nelson. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, we're doing fine. Doing fine.
That's good. I see Dwalo was frozen for a second. Yeah, Dwalo, I do agree with you. The question that comes to my mind is from whence you come,
Yeah.
from whence we
Once you
come.
come. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you didn't make any improvement on yourself and all of a sudden you are improved,
Yeah. You're
but
improved.
then you want to look, you are improved. All of a sudden you are improved. There wasn't a gradual process for you, like how it's been for all of us.
Yes.
Some of us we pay our
Sweat.
dues. Yes, we work hard. And then, all of a sudden you have arrived, as the people can say. And then you look down at other people. That kind of money don't even last that long. I don't even waste my time because
Oh, but
if
that's not
you
fair. I gotta say this though. Eugene Nangbe, I would say his name because he worked for his government. This is coming from his wife. But Eugene Nangbe, can anybody tell me what special skills that Eugene Nangbe
mm,
have? Can anybody
mm,
tell me what business, what industry that Eugene Nangbe has built? Can anybody show me what Eugene Nangbe has invented? Anybody of any kind, anywhere whatsoever. These people look down upon power. Let me tell you something. We create an environment that subjugate entirely our people to this abject life of poverty. Then all of a sudden we think we are greater than them because we've taken their money to enrich ourselves and create a cushion lifestyle for our own selves and our wives and our many concubines. This is lunacy. I know Eugene Nambe used to be in Bonafide with shirt on his shoulder, asking for a few off from the boys. He still owe the boys in Bonafide. He owed them a few more money. This is the man now that tells me, and wife will come out and say, we sleep on air conditioning. We don't take by us our bucket. We don't flush our toilet with bucket. Can you imagine this nonsense? Well, yeah, that's
yes,
the way
the
we are.
majority,
Because
the
the life of
majority
our
of the
government.
people.
Yes. Can you imagine that?
Yes, I can't imagine that. That's like you don't even have any sense of humility. You don't even have any sense of empathy.
Yeah.
Like you said, Dwali,
What
it's like
skills?
yeah, well, of skills, yeah. The public money that was taken away to keep the Liberian people where they are. When someone gets up in the morning and tries so hard to find water to take bath,
Yeah.
to find electricity to iron their shirt, to go out just to make, money to feed their family. Who am I and who are you to come and say, oh, I don't live like those people because I have flush water in my home and I don't use bucket to take bath. No, you're not any better than the person who you're mocking right now.
Yeah.
It's only because you were, I won't even say it was opportunity. You
No,
took
it
the
was
opportunity
opportunity.
away.
It was just this
It
thing.
was,
Look, and,
it
and,
was
and, my,
taken
and my
away.
brother Joseph Clinton, I celebrate you and continue to push, and I hope you become a wealthy man for what you do too. But what I'm going to say is, look, let's ask the question another way, Dr. Francine. If Eugene
Mhm.
Nambe did not come to government, can anybody say this with a straight face that this man will currently be in the building he's living in?
What price did
With
he
Troy
pay?
being where he's living, with Miguel being in the building he's living in if he had not come to government. Or better yet, was any one of these guys living under the current condition they're living in before they came to government? You stole your
Now
money.
you got
You will say, oh, you cannot prove it. Yes, the system is trying to work towards that. But shut up. Shut up. Don't rub it in our faces because we know you did not earn this. You stole this.
hmm Yes, yes. You know better. You know better than the people in
And people will
Liberia.
be defending those other friends. People will defend them.
But I even think it's intentional. It's so intentional. It is so intentional that the Liberian people should be suffering
Yeah.
while other people enjoy themselves. I think they want to keep our people where they are. I'm
So they
convinced.
can beg them.
Yes, I'm convinced that while I'm in this country, I'm seeing how Liberians are trying to make a living.
Ha.
There's
Ha.
a huge gap between the haves and the have-nots in a
Huge.
way that I've never seen anywhere. There's a huge gap between getting an opportunity to even move up. In other societies, if you work hard, you move up. In this country, if you work hard,
You don't move
uh,
up.
you might, you might. There's
No,
a very
you did not.
simple.
Dr. Francine, I
Mhm.
don't know one person. Look, I've spent so much time in Liberia. There's something I've learned. Our brightest minds, those who still in the country, they got no opportunity if there is no link to government. The only way a person comes up if he or she links to the government and go and steal their own. And the thing is, what's really baffling is that, and it boggles the mind. they will get people defending this. Very hungry people. I don't know if it's the psychology of poverty, but they'll get very hungry people saying, "Your leader, man, you're jealous that the men want to steal," and they're living in a zinc shack without recognizing their condition persists. Condition remains is because of the action of the likes of Eugene Nangbe. And they will fetch you tooth and nail. I mean, to shut up, man. Get up friend. When they put you there, you will tell your own. The reason why you just talking. This is crazy, my people.
And you know, Dwalu, the reason why you or anybody else will not take their own, because you worked hard.
Hard.
You know what it is to get your own. So if you find somebody who have not worked hard, who just was in the right place, I don't even know what to say, but in the right place at the right time, or was just there.
It was criminally to the right place.
Correct. Okay. Yeah. So then they can accrue all that money and accrue all the success, and at the end, they may not know how to get it. They just have it.
They just have it overnight.
That is the difference between you, Dwalu, because you have worked hard. You know how to get from mat to mattresses, and that's how everybody. Okay, I was try. You anyway can put Dwalu. I think what American people now use you enough. They drop you anywhere in Japan or wherever, and you are able to rise up. And I know that because I know my husband is in the military, so they can drop you anywhere, and he was able to rise up. And that's what it is. That's what it is. You know how to make do. You know how to make lemonade out of lemon.
The thing is, some of the thing people will keep quiet. Let me tell you something. My heart hurts every single day, knowing what we are capable of. We take kleptocrats, we take bottom feeders, and we give them the helm of power. And these people literally loot the country to the detriment of all of us. Look at our young women in the country. Look at the vulgarity in the streets. Look at the young people. Children selling between cards. You know, Dr. Francis, and you will get people, there will be defending the thing. Oh, Dwala, don't that you number one and Steve. That 12 one and Steve. When does this stop?
It's intentional.
Eugene Nangbe and myself have been in the same child room for over 15 years. It's called Coalition of Concerned Liberians. We've been in that child room for over 15 years together. Eugene Nangbe knows better. He knows what is spoken about in that chat room, Coalition of Concerned Liberians. He knows how we want a change in Liberia. But when these guys come to power, can anybody tell me? Summit 12 went on the airway. He said nobody in government was making more than $5,000 a month. Now, what did they want to get that kind of money from? Where? Dr. President, I'm not cheap. In fact, you
gotta come see it for yourself. Because when we're talking there, they can say, we lie.
So taking by in bucket, it should not be something we frown about. We gave people responsibility to move our people from bucket to shower. Have they done this? You cannot be mocking the people when you have been bequeathed literally with the responsibility of transitioning them from mat to mattress, and you have not done it, and then you're thumping your nose down there. They're putting in bed too much. They're putting everything to the people who you make them come to your house, create jobs for them, and give them an opportunity so they can self-actualize in their own country and see if anybody will come to your house. In America, even in a person working in the home, in the nursing home, they can feed themselves, they can buy their own car, they don't have to go to Dwalu, they don't have to go to the president, they can do their own thing for themselves. They don't have to be PhD, they don't have to be doctor. Can we do that for our people? Thank you.
Yeah. Dwalu, you know what I was thinking? Just imagine if you wake up, then you have to find water, then you have to find coal to put it in the iron to press. Then you gotta find either a car, or if you don't have a car, you gotta ride a bike. By the time you get to work, are you able to think? I really want to know. And if you are thinking, are you thinking in full gear, in full capacity? I doubt it. I very seriously doubt it. So I actually think this is intentional. I believe that our people can work much better at a higher level than what they are working right now. All right. But there are certain people, the people who had the opportunities, who like you said, who forcefully took the rights away from Liberian people. They weren't working in the interest of Liberian people. They were working to only gratify themselves. And so now they can say, boast and say they have. Can you imagine?
They don't have. They stole. You know, have has a connotation of you having achieved something to have got into that position. But I think the real connotation should be stole. They stole. That's the first thing. When you get us out tomorrow, do me a favor. Look in the streets of Monrovia per capita.
Yeah.
I don't forget to listen to you. There are more SUVs in Monrovia than New York City.
Whoa. The best cars I've ever seen.
Oh,
the best cars I've ever seen.
All driven by government officials.
The expensive cars.
Expensive cars.
We were just me and someone was just having this conversation. We saw $40,000 and $50,000 cars.
They're nothing.
And we were like, where
the money coming from? And the people in that Isa, there is no business person, no hard tech inventor of the new keyboard, nobody who took coconut water and turned it to juice, where nothing, every single person, I'm gonna say like 98% is linked to government, or they're in the private sector, but they're getting G contract underneath with government. Some kind of way it's being milked, massive amount of vehicles, Suburbans.
And when they didn't want to know the contract though. It's in a little bubble, in a circle. The Irish men don't know all these contracts. That's what we're understanding.
And I can tell you when I'm talking, when you talking, oh, Dwalu, listen, don't give me joy in Liberia, one job. I need one thing in Liberia. Well, two things. Give me security and give me an economically viable condition in that country. And you see if I don't fly. You see if I don't fly. That's what I need. At the end of the day, you know, some of you guys, sometimes I just sit and I look at my country and I say, you know what, Dr. Francine, we will not keep quiet. We will have to force the issue. We have to bring a young man to power in that country, like it truly transform that country. Because this nonsense. Look, Dr. Francine, I spoke to some of my classmates from 4th grade. I left Liberia in the 6th grade. Some of my classmates from 4th grade. These guys have brilliant minds, but they are entirely stifled because there is no opportunity of any kind. They have been stuck in the same place for 20 years. And we accept this because we can flush our camel by pushing button. We don't use bucket anymore because when we get home, we put air conditioner on. Because when we take bath, we don't waste the water in the camel. What kind of logic is that? Did you invent something? Did you invent a new quota? Nothing. Only government link. Show me one person in Liberia we consider rich that has invented something without any link to government or without any claims or any kind that he is stealing from government.
It's sad, it's sad.
But when you talk it, you really look down on our people. What's wrong with you? I don't have an argument. You don't follow argue with nobody. You don't have an argument. Look, let me tell you something, my brother. You say I'm being very emotional. Let me say, Spencer, we are. This is emotional. Because we are dying. This is emotional. Because there are no hospital. If this is not emotional for you, there is something wrong with you. This is emotional because we are selling us all the food in the open. We're getting sick from it because there's no proper facility so our mothers can sell. It is emotional. It is emotional because when you go into Riverside County, our kids are sleeping, are going to school on a pantash. If you don't consider that emotional, something is wrong with you. Yes, it is emotional because we're too rich to be this poor.
Very rich, beautiful country. Beautiful country. Wow. I mean, I have not seen a country as beautiful as Liberia. In the resources, you will cut down a forest today or trees today in by rainy season, if any growing.
They're up again.
Yes.
They're up again.
We are very fertile.
And Dr. Prince, most of all, I came to America, and I'm going to come on also a little bit. You know, there is a tendency for us to forget very quickly the dire circumstances that we came from in Liberia. And I'm not blaming us, but because when you get in this comfort zone and you can eat 3 times, I don't even remember the last time I was ever hungry in my life. I don't even remember the last time that I didn't get what I wanted. So you tend to forget. If you go obese tender esbar right now, you got 3 different kind of casawali in your esbar, 3 different kind of potato green. You don't even cook it, just there.
How can you forget?
So you forget.
Then you put it there.
Welcome.
How can
I don't eat kasali. I really don't like kasali.
Well, what you said, yes, tender hello, yeah.
But I really don't like kasali. That's the richest way. I like kasali. And you said potato green, yes.
Okay, kind of potato green.
Yeah, the red oil, the agua oil, the red oil, the agua oil, and the rub green.
And
the one I left that for some reason I have this infatuation with that.
Wait, guys, but wait, anyway, I met your talking. What making preach don't seem better today?
Our papa's son. The papa's son.
No. He signed under duress.
Oh!
Yes.
How is that under duress? Voluntarily.
Prince Johnson only signed that document because he was, listen. Let's say this. And you know, I never came on the show to take away your talking point, Dualu, because I stay very with you. But Prince Johnson signed under duress.
I disagree, but go ahead.
Prince Johnson was misled by Yaya Jammeh Nimle. And I mean Yaya Jammeh Nimle or Yaya Thomas Nimle. I don't know his name.
Jammeh.
Yaya Nimle, right?
Yaya Nimle, yes, I think so.
Okay. So I think Prince Johnson, seriously speaking, Dualu, and that originally said, I beg you, let me do the one quick. Tonight will be one of the biggest night ever on the history because the document I was signed will call McGill. They don't come in studio. We'll call Edwin Snow for comment he made on the floor. We'll call all these guys. But I can say to that originally, don't be scared. Eddie, see that going up. I can say to the Liberian people, I think Prince Johnson signed that document under pressure. I'm serious. I am told. You saw you read the literature book Julius Caesar, right? When Caesar turned to his own best friend, the same thing Dualu did to us. We're talking about building empire in Liberia. Dualu told Ava in the corner for them to go and establish a complex.
Not your friend, by the way.
The same thing.
No, not Caesar's friend.
Yeah, but I would say my own that you can come with your correction because Ava is not your friend, but you took him. That's what I mean.
That was Brutus. That was like his son.
Yeah, but notwithstanding, I will explain the story the way I know it. And you can explain one the way you know it. So Ava is your friend.
I'll bring historical correction.
Ava is your friend. So yeah, the issue here. Look at Glenn. I come on the show here. You holding your head. You want to you can stay in the bar and be holding your head. I will talk my own. And that's what happened today. Dualu. Prince Johnson went on that plane. He said, ask him who on sign. He looked at him, man, Yaya Nimle. Prince Johnson was hurt. Because he and Yaya had agreed. I mean, my business, yeah. I don't get any post on it.
but Stento.
Yeah.
And this is it's not a disclaimer, it's something that has to be said. The establishment of the War Crown Court is not a claim that anybody's guilty of anything of any kind. So Uncle Prince Johnson could literally walk, anybody could walk. So it's just an establishment. Look, for continuity to happen, certain things must be done. And I think this is a step in the right direction, even though I sincerely doubt that they are going to do anything.
No,
I'm with you too.
I sincerely believe, right?
Yeah.
So let me help you now. What I have seen, what I have heard, right? What I know, I sincerely believe that there will be a war crime code under Joseph Imabwaka government.
Well, we can see the progression.
I sincerely believe that this thing will have the end.
Yeah.
I sincerely believe that the effort to establish the war crime code, whether in Liberia or in neighboring country, to prosecute and call people, I sincerely believe that we have taken the first step, and this thing, make no mistake, will go a long way. I have no doubt what you have seen today, that it will just fall flat. I sincerely, but when I did not say you come in 9 o'clock, ain't coming in.
We got to give shout out to the Tertiary Education Confederacy out of Cottington University. Big shout out to you guys out there. Hope you guys didn't study hard, man, guys. There is
giving that shout out for.
Because there are people at Cottington. Got to encourage the young people.
Only Cottington people we gotta get shout out to. AMU not there.
I thought it's
AMU not there.
Is it AMU that we went about Benin University?
That only Cottington, the people that are giving people ride to student ride.
I give a shout out to Cottington. I don't know about AMU. They said that bluffing school.
Fatiga, you just get a job now.
AMU, you won't come in for me.
Do
sorry, I'm joking. Hold on, you bluffing?
You need to get a job now.
I get
You're not
jobs.
going to university, so I don't know about you. You know.
I mean, you know,
I said they open put me on substitute bench, but I'm not mad.
Oh, but the bench you go.
The bench
You in the bench one? You in the bench one?
They can you second half. Don't worry.
Oh, yo, yeah.
Now we can score the goal.
But they're not checking out
but you know, they told Joey from substitute bench. They told Joey from substitute bench he become world best, African best, European best, and he become all the best.
Yeah,
exactly.
And
so you supporting Joey now? You said exactly.
I know supporting Joey. I know that name was second for.
Joey came from substitute bench, and he become all the best in the world. But he couldn't be president best. Like, only one he couldn't be best.
He keep a mean strike on him for second half.
Yeah.
So he
Really?
won.
So
How you doing, Benny?
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello,
Why are
Tom.
you quiet? For the past 2 days, you've been quiet. Why are you quiet?
I'm suffering from migraine.
Thank you.
Like,
Yesterday,
really bad.
You sure?
yesterday,
Yeah.
I had massive migraine.
You sure you get what giving you guys migraine? We gotta investigate.
Eclipse or something.
I don't know.
Right,
But
when I gave you a migraine, we gotta investigate.
You get bomb causing headache right now.
Oh, God.
Seriously.
You know, I'm not
now
listening
move
to
on when you get started. We finish when you get started. We closed it all yesterday. When you can't call new thing, then we start again.
Oliver DeLong, call me, man. You know, you just say your number and you can call me, my man. Dr. Francis Chinwe, you in red today, you did your hair. Are you getting ready to leave Liberia or is that anytime soon? You move to Liberia now, you want to live there permanently?
But still,
We're
not hearing you.
We back on the ground here.
We're not hearing you, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, I'm living here permanently. I'm staying.
But I don't know who. Is she still
Oh,
going to
so they're gonna give you the special advisor, presidential advisor on education.
I'm a tail on the substitute bench. That's how funny guy.
We gotta see that bench. We gotta see all the names.
That says she read next to Fadiga.
Yeah, no, but I've been from you. You've been alone.
Senator, I have to announce this. I've already submitted the plan that I told the senator I was going to submit.
We got another guy with plan again.
I submitted the plan.
The plan that we also talk on you, do it.
That one I'm playing. I'm talking about the other plan. I'm talking about the Bon County.
The Bon County. Okay.
Yeah. Good job, Dwalu.
Yeah,
but why you share for us to read?
No.
That one is proprietary.
That's secret?
It's proprietary.
Look how you can say the proprietor. I mean, I don't waste our time, man. Dr. Richardson, it is concerning that you decide to move to Liberia and you live a very luxurious life. Your internet not going off, your LUC is on frequently. My thing is that the Liberian people really need to know who sponsored your trip to Liberia. Was it Musa Ability or the Alliance? Dr. Richard, Glenn, why are you laughing for? You not pushing fire.
You gotta bring mindset for truth. I've worked very hard for my money for every penny I've earned.
She worked hard for her money.
That's right.
Hard for her money.
She worked hard.
Clean your money.
She worked hard for her money, so you better treat her right.
What is square he said he was in?
Upper room.
Upper room too now.
Yeah.
You see, this I know who can give you migraine headaches. Now you say smart thing, I know who to call. You, Jay, my member, we're fasting and praying for you. We know the Omen will look your way. You know, the Omen got confused. He didn't know you the one was fighting for him. He thought I was your brother, and he gave your brother job first. So now we got to tell the Omen that you the one was fighting for him.
We want no
hey, you know.
I think my brother doing a good job.
I mean, you know.
I think my brother doing a good job on that side.
No, but you just that be fair, my man. We can have both of you in the government, but be fair, but.
My man,
one person so calm.
You want to start doing DNA testing government, huh? I mean, then nobody can will finish.
Explain yourself. I got DNA.
Wait, Fadiga.
We tell the
No, we
DNA
are
for
saying
Nima.
all related.
Yeah, all related. So you need another talk.
Fadiga, you get mad. So you say the whole thing started from Lofa Kande.
No, I mean Lofa and Nima in a leave for now.
I know Fadiga will agree with me. That carries something to be careful. The grandma.
Yeah,
Yeah, we went face our place.
You already get something from Grandma, so you guys. Is it true? I'm hearing that DeLong will not be running for election in Monserrado. He will be running for Yomble's seat in Grand Bassa. I can't wait to ask DeLong. I don't think it's a good idea for him to do so.
It is possible. It is possible.
But there is a Bassa boy. I mean, from
Yeah.
Then what happened to Yombly?
You know, the
Yombly will be running for president. Yombly will be running for president or vice president. And DeLong will have to run on us. I don't think.
2029, yeah.
2029 not too far. Plenty thing will happen. You might yourself will be in a race. I mean, don't be talking at this. Plenty will happen. You might say we carry that the races you on our ticket.
I know, right?
Yeah, let's hear nothing happen. Don't predict right now. You see now?
You better kind of do some farming right now. Let's go farm. You're talking about running politics.
I got a question for Delon. Wasn't Delon father a police officer in Buchanan?
I don't know. I know his uncle Reverend Dillon for.
I think it was his mom, though.
I think it was his mom.
I got a question for you because if I told my son what to say, I want to ask you some question about that.
I know Reverend Dillon and Rosa Dillon. The two persons.
Yeah, the Rosa Dillon right across the street from the Catholic school. That building over there.
Yes, I think that was his aunt and then his.
No, but on a serious note, though. On a serious note, I don't know.
Otello said yes, he was the policeman.
Thank you. And I think it was 1986 or 87. Summer County though gave each county 2 BB jeeps, police jeeps. I don't know you guys remember it. Okay. Now the police jeep, we used to take this how I say where they had a telecommunication building up the hill from the police station in Buchanan. There's a hill going down to the market. Then we get on that hill, we push each other into traffic. When you're smart, you're stupid. We'll push each other into traffic. And the guy from the fire department used to be playing check on all the renters to the police station. And they made it grab and they made grab on sour test and put it underneath the police station step.
They don't need to pay for that sour test.
They arrested you.
I think what the puppet did for Duarte was good. It made Duarte to be a better person, like what how you call it, Yeke did for Fatika, took him out of the drugs horse, like Yeke said.
That guy.
And then look at how Dualo is a family man. He's nice, man. The Papa was just doing his job.
Well, it was dangerous, really. But the Papa tried to steal this out there from the police station. They said, "Well, okay, we'll put you in jail."
You arrested? Such a seashore.
Yeah, I was such a seashore without warrant. Without any warrant, what you call it? Answer recovery.
There was probable cause. There was probable cause.
In the Kota Road, that's was very good at that time. So when you
it's still good.
Easy.
Yeah,
it's still good. You know.
Andrew Bama, how you doing? Andrew Bama, do you have any contract with NASCO?
NASCO?
Yeah.
I used to, but not anymore.
When did they take your contract from you?
We bid up for the contract, but I didn't win. It wasn't taken from me.
When?
Everybody bid it. It was in the newspaper, on the radio, and we bid every year. But this year.
How long you had a contract with NASCO for?
For 2 years.
Oh, okay, so you make some money though. I see.
No, just a small cleaning contract. It's not anything big. Small janitorial cleaning.
You're not hearing that, Richard. Can you raise your volume?
I said she bid up for the contract and she did not win.
Yeah,
I didn't had it before.
Oh, okay. So she had a contract before.
Yeah, I had it before, but it's a small janitorial contract. I got just to help some people. I had like 15 persons, 15 or 17 persons working for me. I wasn't making any money actually. After I pay everybody, buy materials and everything, I get like maybe 300 left. So I was actually doing it just to help a lot of people.
To help the people. That's right.
Yes. Yes. So
no. Somebody just post say so that you have.
But you know, I will tell you the truth. Sometimes not that other people can laugh for a living. Like wasting time. No, I won't lie.
Oh no. I just asked my question. Leave Uncle Tap wasting time for the day. Yeah. Leave the public thing that.
We didn't win the bid.
But Auntie Mama, let's move on now. I just ask you small question for clarity. There you go.
So maybe next year we'll win again. So
but let me show these. So there you go, folks. Those people that signed this thing. Senator Prince Ward Johnson from Nimba County signed. Senator Zoe Peno, Grand Jide, signed. Senator Thomas Yaya Nimle, Grand Jide, signed. Senator Councilor Joseph K. Jala, Lofa County, signed.
What does that signature say?
Senator Momo T. Cyrus, Lofa County, signed. Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. from Bomi County, signed. And we can also say Senator Sir H. Joseph, Montserrado County, signed. Senator Ebi Darius DeLon, Abraham Darius DeLon, Montserrado County, signed. Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence, Grand Bassa County, signed. Senator Benson Ga M. Findley, Grand Bassa County, signed. Senator Councilor Augustine S. Chie, Sano County, signed. Senator Crichton O. Donkey, Sano County, signed. Senator J. Bo Brown, Maryland County, signed. Senator James P. Bennett, he didn't, he abstained. He didn't. We're going to call James Bennett. We heard him today, but we'll call him for him to say something on Spoon Talk tonight. Senator Simon B. Taylor, Grand Kipman County. Now, just go back to James. Chair for NPP, Chancellor Party, is speak volume. Senator Deba M. Vapla, Grand Kipman County, signed. Senator Prince K. Moyi, Bon County, signed. Senator Johnny K. Kwehe, Bon County, signed. Senator Nominee T.H. Batikwa, Grand Crew County, signed. Senator Jonathan B. Subway, River G County, signed. Senator Francis S. Dopo II, River G County, signed. Senator Boto Kane, Bopolu County, signed. Senator Amara M. Kone, Bopolu County, signed. Senator Antonin J. Alex Starler, yes, Bomi County, signed. Senator Anthony J. Emmanuel Nukwe, Magibi County, signed. Senator Nathaniel Fallow McGill, Magibi County, signed. Senator Wellington G. Smith, Javon Smith, Riverset, where the 10 people died. The senator from Riverset, signed. Senator Bill T. Twawi, the former National Port Authority Managing Director, who is on sanction, Riverset County, signed. The Senator Albert T. Che, that Grand Crew, right?
Grand Crew, also on sanction.
Also on session, signed. Are we missing anybody? You have one senator whose seat is vacant right now because he become the vice president. So you have 29 senators instead of 30 senators. Now, all of the 29, you have one vacant seat, one Senator James Barnett that abstained, and we have 28 senators signing this document today. We're going to put the document up. We have uploaded everything. We're going to show the picture. We have Alan Smith. He was in the house today with some representative from the American Embassy. We have the statement from the American Embassy. Now they have sent this over to the Speaker, J. Funati Kofa, It will be sent to the executive mansion, and then we hear what we have to do. We will call Prince Johnson tonight. Our guest tonight, coming up shortly, is Senator Abraham Darius DeLong from Musselwhite County. We will place a phone call to Elder Melvin Snow Jr. He said a lot today. We will call Nathaniel Fallow McGill. I learned that Nathaniel Fallow McGill, the senator from Magibi County, separated this whole thing and allowed the Economic Crime Court to be in Liberia, different resolution, and allowed the War Crime Court put it on a different resolution. And it was instrumented by Nathaniel Fallow McGill. Folks, let me start with you. Pause on Dr. Richardson for a second. Mr. Dwalu, something historical today took place. Give us your overview.
I would say this. It is a good thing, but I sincerely doubt anything is going to happen, given the history of Liberia when it comes to implementing something that's very serious. I have some reservation why the Economic Crimes Court should be in Liberia. I believe that is more serious because some of the conviction when it comes to the War Crime Court may not happen, but the Economic Crime Court is more likely. And almost everybody in government to some extent will be implicated one way or another. It will be another jury being balled all over the place. Oh, I did not steal. They didn't find me guilty, when the evidence will be stifled all around the place. I believe the Economic Court should also be outside of the region, outside of the country. Let's really go after these guys because these crimes are easier to World Crime Court crime would be. That's my belief. And Stenton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwalu. Dr. Richardson, what we saw today is a long time coming, man. Folks been waiting, like Dwalu said. But you think we can? Are we feeling something? Are we just on the first chapter of this book, or you think we passed? And just to add, folks, I will be calling also Sereno Cephas and Councillor Sereno Cephas and Councillor Jerome Verdale to get the view on this historical achievement today. Dr. Richardson.
I think we're stuck. We are fixated on wanting the War and Economic Crimes Court, but we are not making any movement at all. We've seen this movie play before. Last year, George Weah came to the United Nations, made a big speech about War and Economic Crimes Court. He returned home and he said, "Oh, I'm going to seek the advice of the Senate." And it stalled, it got stuck. Here we are today, a resolution was passed today, a resolution. Let me just remind people it was a resolution, a decision to say we made a decision. It's a good thing if we have a War and Economic Crimes Court because it will send a message that you can't just go around harming other people or depriving Liberians of their country's wealth and go get away free with it. It will send a good message to a lot of Liberians. But on the other hand, I'm not convinced. I'll be more convinced if I see a timeline of how this is going to work. Tell me that, okay, after this resolution is passed, this is where the money is going to, this is where we're going to seek out the money. This is when we're going to speak to the forensic investigators. This is how many investigators we need. This is how, just give me some kind of proposal, projection or something, and then I think I'll be more convinced, but we are stuck somewhere. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. As you saying that we are stuck, but where? Where are we stuck, though?
We are stuck in making decisions. There was a decision made last year, a decision to pass the ball over to the Senate. We are stuck today in a decision was made to pass the resolution, to accept or either a resolution is like when you make a decision to say we made a decision that we agree with War Crime Court, War and Economic Crimes Court. It's a decision. That's what a resolution is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let me bring in Al Hussein, UJ Fadiga.
Well, this is long overdue. I remember we went to the United Nations a couple of years ago. We protested. We wanted this. It seemed like Liberians wanted this, but it's a justice delay is justice denied. This thing has been delayed for a long time. I think we need to put an end to impunity in Liberia. I am cautiously optimistic about this. My mind, I wish the senator was here today. I have tons of questions running through my mind when it comes to this quote. That it just doesn't just appear on paper and we actually see it come to fruition. Things like how would this law align with our legal framework and constitutional provision? How will it align with that? How do we intend to engage in the international partner like the United Nations, United States, with funding for this thing? Because this tend to be very expensive. What step would be taken to ensure that the establishment of these specialized court, like I say, align with our current constitution, and how do we ensure that measures are in place that justice will be served and will not use our Liberian messed up judicial system? How are the judges going to be selected? Who going to serve on the court? Or how can we ensure transparency will be in Liberia versus other Liberia? So many questions. How will we address a potential resistance from different tribal groups and all those things? And more importantly, Stanton, I want to know the milestone. When will this come to fruition? When will this happen? Now we are seeing it getting on paper. I think it's supposed to go to the president. The president will sign it. But then what? We need a timestamp on this. January 1st, 2025. December this. We need a time frame on this because that is when we will start knowing that, yeah, probably it's getting serious. This is going to happen. But for now, it's all talk. I listened to Senator Prince Johnson. I listened to Senator Snow. He made some very great points. I don't think our partners in the US have been fair to us, honestly. There are so many things that we can generate. Part of it, I blame ourselves, but I think compared to our neighbors, I get mad because you do not just even giving us money. You do not just throw money in the country and turn your back. Sometimes we need to come there too and make sure that the money is actually being spent wisely, rather than just going in the pocket of politicians to misuse. The U.S. has been very, very generous to us. I won't say they have given us support, use taxpayer money from the United States to help us, but how effective have those money been? And another question is the Supreme Court role in this thing. Which court going to have the final judicial?
Just an overview because they don't come in. Let's hear from the other people. You can ask them these questions. Yeah, and we'll
those are things that are playing in my mind.
I mean, it's unique to say, but I'm so grateful that we're going to be having the long we're going to call Snow, McGill, and the rest of them to help us understand better. I think I will also call Prince Johnson if he will answer. Glennie, let's hear from you, Glennie.
So I am a little different from everybody else. I'm very optimistic. I don't want to be a pessimist so early. I'm optimistic because I'm hoping that after waiting for so many years, finally there is some light at the end of the tunnel. I want to first congratulate Yomblikanga Lawrence for getting this done as a female. Whatever happened there today, I think it's a victory for Liberia, a victory for Liberians, for everyone who was in the war, everyone who lost a relative, participated, whatever it is. The win today, I look at it as a win. And we can only hope, yes, there are so many questions we have on how they're going to work out the modalities. But I'm going to take baby steps today and say the fact that the senators have signed today makes it a done deal that this first step is over. Now we're going to be moving to the next step. So I want to say congratulations to Liberia, and we can only hope for the best. The fact that even Alan White was present speaks volume about what transpired today. So I'm going to be optimistic that, yes, it may not be a perfect process, but at least after so many years, we've gotten this far. And so we have to be able to appreciate the little victory that we've gotten today. So thank you to the Senate Pro Tem and her team today for getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gladys. Auntie Mama?
It's a great day in Liberia. The fact that justice will be served in the end. I want to congratulate the female lioness of the Senate, Lawrence Yumli Kanga Lawrence and her team. I also want to congratulate the man of the day who made the news, Prince Y. Johnson. I'm congratulating him because the entire world, the entire Liberia, including everybody else, thought he was never going to sign this piece of document. So I want to say congratulations to Senator Johnson for taking that bold step, because he has always said, I am willing to go. I am willing to go. So the fact that he signed it, I mean, we can rest assured that all the warlords in Liberia, it is not only Prince Johnson. We all know that they have different warlords in Liberia. So they all will go. So it's a lead. I mean, I'm happy that he's leading that group. And I'm happy that he will be able to go to the court and exonerate himself. If you cannot exonerate yourself, then that means that you go to jail. But if you know you didn't do any harm to the Liberian people, you didn't do anything bad to that extent that will take you to jail, then you will not be sent to jail. So it's simple. So I just want to say thanks to all of them. And this is the way for Liberia to go. It's one step beyond. And I want to say to the Liberian people, I want to say to the Liberian people that we're on the right path. Let's follow it. Let's start making comments here and there. Just leave it alone. We're on the right path. We're going to go to court. If you did the wrong thing, you pay for it. Or you bear the full consequences of the law. And my last statement would be, why did it separate the war crime court from the economic crime court? Why do we want the economic crime court to be on the grounds? And I'm not being pessimistic, but I have some doubts. How do we, what's going to happen to justice? Because in normal days, we cannot get justice. And now, we are going to leave the economic crime code, and that is one of the most vital and important things. The other ones are important. In fact, they are equally important. I think both of them should go to the international court, because if that's going to stay on the ground, I don't think we're going to succeed in that, because there are too many players on the ground, big hands, big players, and I don't know how any lawyer or any judge would not be contaminated. So that is my fear, and this is where I have my fears. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much, Minister Wodokori. Again, thank you for joining us, Mr. Jackson. We started this conversation firstly on the signature from the Senate, the resolution signed upon by those folks on the War and Economic Crime Court. Where are you, sir?
Okay, first of all, hello everybody. I'm always au contraire. I mean, I support the War and Economic Crimes Court, but I believe that people are a little bit too optimistic and haven't really had a chance to go through the cadence and the sequence of events. Okay, we still have a long ways to go for the implementation of the court. First of all, number one, you need to have, like Chimama said, a UN-backed court. So a UN-backed court would need to have not a resolution from the Liberian Senate and the House. They'll have to get a legislation passed. A legislation passed with a time frame, okay, what time it comes from 1989 to 2003. And then you have to start to put resources together, right? You need investigators. You need to go and get evidence. Then you need to get witnesses. You're talking about hundreds and possibly thousands of witnesses. Then you need to be able to ensure the safety of those witnesses, right? It means you have to probably put them in like a witness protection program, and you can't do that in Liberia. Okay. I don't believe the court will sit in Liberia for the reason that Jemima said, because of the fragility of the situation in Liberia. And a poor country with all the economic situation in the country, there's no way that those who are going to be facing the war crime are not going to do something to rattle the cage. So if they rattle the cage, the security of the entire West African region, is at stake. Because God forbid, one of those warlords, or two or three of them, decide to go to their counties and say, come and arrest me. The Liberian, what they call it, the AFL is one of the highest attrition in the world, about 1,500 men. They don't have the ability to get them. Okay, so I need to put into some kind of maybe like a company size, okay, ECOWAS intervention force, and all of that would take a lot of money, but Boyka can negotiate. Boyka can say to the international system, look, I need $1 billion to fix the economy for the period of 5 years to make sure that we stabilize the economy and stabilize the country and minimize the effects of the war crime code before we start implementing. But if you just go and start implementing a war crime code right away without putting those foundations in place, you're looking for trouble, and you're looking for serious trouble. Sierra Leone had UNAPSIL. We had 17,000 troops in Liberia for 12 years. We could have done that. But I don't believe the current security circumstances in the country can coexist with a war crime code. So I'm happy that they signed it, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I want us to be forward thinking. I want us to be rational. And I want us to understand that this is just the beginning. Everything they've done so far is symbolic. No legislation enacted, no time period, no terms of reference, nothing. So that's my position.
All right, thank you very much, folks. We are waiting for Abraham Darius DeLong, Senator of Macerado County. He should be appearing shortly for us to have one of the best discussions so far on this issue. We will also be calling Nathaniel Falou McGill, Edwin Mervyn Snow, and Councillor Jerome Verdell. We'll call Serena Cephas. Everybody will give us what make this a historical day for Liberia. Let's welcome to the show Mambe Abula. Mambe, welcome to the show. How you doing, sir?
Doing good today. I feel happy about the action of the Senate. Also concerned about how genuine, to what extent we can go with that. We'll talk more about that. I want to say hi to, all the viewers who follow us on the show every day. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for joining. That is how I will start today until the discussion can get into motion. I just wanted to express that I'm happy, I'm glad that we made a decision to begin to bring an end to impunity so that people can account for their action. How we are committed to moving the needle on the next step is a conversation we'll have, going forward. All the criticism from the other people on the other side, their legitimate concerns, we'll talk about it. I listened to, Senator Prince Johnson, Senator Snow, Senator McGill, and all the other people. We'll talk about that.
So thank you very much, Mambe. Let me bring to your attention a short statement that came from the U.S. Embassy. Let us talk about what the law is settling. I want to bring to your attention, let's read this. U.S. Embassy, Monrovia, Liberia. We commend the Liberia Senate for its landmark decision to pass the resolution establishing the War and Economic Crime Court. This complements the resolution passed by the House of Representatives. These actions reinforce President Barker's commitment of justice for the people of Liberia. After more than 2 decades after the end of the devastating civil war, it is time for the culture of I have to remove what is passing on our feed, except the producer helped me. All right. After more than 2 decades after the end of the devastating civil war, it is time for the culture of accountability to begin. Dualu, with this statement coming from the American ambassador, the U.S. ambassador, talk to us.
Well, everybody understands that the Americans are on board 100%. But Senator, before I forget about this, I want to say a big congratulations to my girl, Siata Temwe. She actually got an award for excellence in nursing out of Providence. Great job, Siata.
You just interrupted our show, my man.
No, but listen, I got to say this, my man. I won't forget. I keep forgetting. Siata, you did great, mama. And let me say this, though, Senator. The Americans are on board. They've been on board for almost 30 years. They've been saying they're going to support this for some 30 years. But I want to say this to Uncle Stan before I go forward. Mr. Jackson has to understand this. The sky will fall. Everything will implode. People will go back to their own counties and do this. We cannot grow this country with hesitation and fear. We have to move forward some kind of a way. Now, the structure is being established. Nobody in Liberia right now has any power to say nobody can arrest me here. I don't care if you go to your home county. That is not possible. We have to move forward. We've waited for this for so long, for 30 years. This has to move forward. The Americans are willing to facilitate this country in every way possible. The question remains, is Liberia willing to take that facilitation? Stanton.
Very good question, Dr. Richardson. The U.S. Embassy's statement and to the question Mr. Dwallo is asking.
The American government has a vested interest in making sure that our country shows accountability. Accountability and democracy goes hand in hand. The American government is one of our largest donors. So they will want to have a war crime court, a war and economic crimes court in our country because, they are tired of just paying for us. They are tired of helping us to have good governance. And at the end of the day, impunity it prevails. So I can see why the American government would commend our government for passing this resolution.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to add to this American statement, or we should move?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's do the round table then. It seems like everybody wants to speak on it. Go ahead, Fadika.
So are we counting? Should the clock start now or later?
Yes, I beg you. Let's do that. Thank you. Fadika, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the Americans, they have always wanted this. I don't think they have been forceful enough. I've seen they seem to be forceful with one administration. I don't know what's going on in the back end, but if better late than never. We will need the Americans. We need our international partners in this endeavor. But again, I want to just buttress what Dwallo said to Uncle Sam. Look, the notion that people will go in the villages, people will do this and something. Look, I've been around this country since I've been here in the last 3 months. Look, the appetite for war, the appetite for civil war is not there anymore. It's not in Liberia. It's not even in the South region. In order for you to even start anything like that, you must need a base. Where will you go? Sierra Leone, they have their own problem. Guinea, they have their own problem. Ivory Coast, what happened in the 90s? These are different times. We have internet, we have Facebook. Look, it's just different. It's just different. It's just scare tactics. Look, they said the same thing with Charles Sitter. We thought he was one of the most powerful men. They took him out of here and not a border was fired. They took him out of here and he didn't even exist. Or he didn't even have men. I think if we're going to do this, let's do this and put it behind us. Because we have a lot of other competing priorities in this country. We have the drug epidemic. We have so many things going on in the country that need fixing. This is one of them. It is long overdue. And I just want to commend the American. I just hope they put money behind this because more than ever, it's going to be costly. It's going to be time consuming, but more importantly, cost. So if they're serious, they should not just compliment us. We need to see those data.
All right, thank you very much, Auntie Mama.
I remember Ambassador McCarthy when he spoke on the economic and war crime court. He said Liberians or Liberia should agree for the court to be established, and the American government will sponsor the war crime court and the economic crime court. So it is not something, I don't know whether we are forgetting, but he said it, that the Americans have the money already appropriated for these courts. So I have no fear, and I'm sure they still stand by that.
Thank you very much, Gandhi.
I don't have anything to add. The statement speaks for itself. I think Liberians know that the Americans will be standing to provide the necessary funding and support. So I don't have that much to add.
Thank you, Glandy. Mr. Jackson.
Look, so the Americans are worried. They don't believe that there is enough political will, okay, that to accelerate this, right? So one of the things the Barker administration needs to do is to do like background negotiation with them, not just to fund the court, but to mobilize external support for the Liberian economy, for the Liberian people, because this is going to tear the country apart. This is going to test the stability and the security of the state. And you cannot do that when 3.5 million people are poor, okay? Because impoverished people can be motivated to act in unseemly ways. And I know that my two brothers there, Mr. Fadiga and Mr. Dualo, they think there is no automaticity to one economic crime court. This goes with the fabric of the society. And don't forget, many of the warlords are in pivotal political positions within the legislature, and they also have a lot of economic power within the society. So if you're going to do that, you got to have to be a two-pronged attack. Attack the justice angle and attack the economic development angle. Because if you create a war on economic crime code and start implementing it, and the economy takes a downward, because whose investor is going to put money in a fragile war-torn country when there's a war on economic crime code going on? Think about that. The optic of a war on economic crime code with all the barbarity being put on international television. And then you're going to be asking investors to put billions of dollars in the economy. Those two there, those are polar opposites. But you can do something and negotiate with the international system. But again, I'm just talking, and my advice would be dismissed. But I'll be here a year or two from now to say, I told you so. And this is one thing I like about myself. I'm growing old, and the recommendations that I made in the past to successive governments that they didn't take, I'm there to say to them, I told you, you didn't listen. So I'm saying it again. I'm telling you, have a war on economic crime court, but have a two-pronged attack where economic development, significant donor support to Liberia, and support to the war on economic crime court. If you do that without the international support for economic development, you're asking for serious trouble.
I really want to ask you a question, but I mean, you ran out of time, so let me go to Mohammed, because I'm understanding different thing, and I will start with Duadu and Fadiga on this one, because we are just talking about signing this resolution today. The rest will come. Good argument you are making. Why are we making the argument now when folks need to believe the power of this resolution that was signed today? Mohammed.
Yeah, the argument Uncle Sam is raising is an argument that's been around for a good number of time now. It's a legitimate concern that when you making such a major security decision, you put into place safeguards. We are aware that there's no major internal threats with those warlords who sit in the legislature waiting for salary. They're not able to fund any insurrection in the country. I mean, they can do one or two, jack spot around the place, but they can't make anything significant. But nobody wants that, as a matter of fact. Nobody wants that. But this conversation that, since we signed war and economic crime code, so the U.S. government should now bring in money, it doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't really sit well with me. We can make a concern if we believe as a country. Now, the people who were signing that document today are the leaders of the country. If we make a decision and say, this is what we want for genuine national reconciliation, this is what we want to put an end to impunity, to send a message that when you commit heinous crime or even minor crime, you will pay your price. If as a country we accept and agree to do it, we should not be making money as a precondition and saying, yeah, the U.S. bring the money now. And they say they will bring money, yeah, they bring the money now. It makes us look awkward. It makes it look like we're not making a conscious decision. We're making a decision only because we expect money from somebody. No. This is a conscious decision of the country. We need to bring an end to impunity. We are a poor country. We are struggling for resources. We're asking our partners, in the midst of our commitment to bring an end to impunity, we need support. But we should not put the issue about money as the precondition. Yes, we need money. We will ask for money. We will ask for support. But it should not be put at the front burner. What should be placed at the front burner of our campaign is, we are a country, we have recognized, we have realized that this is a path to bringing an end to impunity.
Thank you. Everything about Glenny is so annoying. They something, and Fatika, you agree with me, right?
Well, I tell them, say the time finish. They say, why you saying time finish? Why I the phone? They say, why you left for school? Why I put alarm on? He say, why I making alarm? So let's forget about the time.
We like the alarm. I let that.
When I saw the phone, Uncle Sam wanted to beat me. Why you putting your phone up on me?
The alarm perfect. The alarm perfect.
We like the alarm.
Thank you, y'all.
This
man. I just cannot win.
Yeah, man. So man, it's like I try to sleep a little more and the alarm going off. Come on, man. But anyway, folks, everybody have said their own. Let's play the video from Prince Johnson today. Let's listen to Prince Johnson. I want to ask you, one of them said started hitting on it a little bit. Whether Prince Johnson actually was deceived or whether he just signed it because he know it is important. I don't know what Delon is. We're still waiting on Delon. But Delon in the back, where is the producer, Andrew Mama?
I'm here.
But he didn't tell me that the senator was there. Andrew Mama, can you sit in the producer's seat, please, like we did yesterday, to bring in Senator Delon? Because we can only take 10. We get Avad Toba in the back also. I want to bring him on. So
Stanton, if you want, I don't mind going off. I can be in the back with the alarm.
No.
The alarm, you know it.
No. If you want to do your dirty way, that why you go in the back and give some people 30 seconds, then the alarm will go off. Let's see your face clear. We good. The only thing is that Andrew Mama will still come on the show because she want to sit in the producer's seat.
Okay.
Then at least, she will still come on. So folks, they're welcome. But what is Senator again? I saw the senator in the back, then the man disappeared. All right, let them make their changes.
Why do you prefer to alter, sign, or reject?
I personally spoke with Senator Johnson.
Pardon me?
In the entire
bring it here, let me sign.
The entire Senate was
bring it, let me sign.
Okay, bring it. Yeah.
A lot of things happening to women before. So why you didn't call me before? happening to our people in Lutheran Church. Yes. The UN compound, the Christian compound, the Jeffrey massacre, and the war crime.
So, okay, let me go back to you, Dwalu. What did you hear? Why are people celebrating Prince Johnson's signing? What was so important that folks were celebrating that Prince Johnson have agreed to sign? But yet and still, he said, I want to know what took place at Lutheran Church. What happened in Nimba? He bringing back those old reasons why he fought. Talk to me, Mr. Dwalu.
Yeah, but Stanton, even though sometimes when the War Crown Court is mentioned, people always say Prince Johnson this, Prince Johnson that. And Prince Johnson has to understand the World Economic Crime Court is not about Honorable Prince Johnson. It's about making this country whole. This is the intent of the War Crime Court. And the reason why people are celebrating, because a lot of people in Liberia, and sometimes it baffles me that even people in the legislature really believe that Prince Johnson was a hold up to this, and Prince Johnson is standing in the way, and the likes of Prince Johnson, people that were associated with the war, So by Prince Johnson signing, it's an image that's saying, listen, this is being promoted by everybody, including the very person who everybody's claiming is standing in the way of the War Crown Court. And I think Honorable Prince Johnson did something here. Hopefully we can hear some truth about our country. But Stanton, before I give it back to you, I want to say this. The economy, look, Honorable Bwakai, President Bwakai is not naive. He understands that if he goes after this issue, he has to balance the growth in the economy with actually going after these guys. But investors understand something. They're not naive. They know there are some risks when you invest in the location of Liberia. They love justice. If justice is coming to that environment, it has a intention of actually making the investments go up. I don't think it's going to shy investors away if it is done right. There must be a balance, however. Uncle Sam is right on this. There must be a two-pronged attack. There must be a balance. But I don't think it's going to shy investors away. I think it's actually going to encourage investors to come to the country, knowing that we are taking the issue of justice very seriously.
Eduardo. Auntie Mama, is the producer in studio? Nelson, are you there? Auntie Mama, can you hear us? Auntie Mama, can you hear us? Can you say something? All right.
So
I don't know what's going on.
Everything is set from here, sir.
No, everything is not set. You got to remove one of the DeLong screen for us to bring in Senator DeLong. You got two up, and we cannot bring him on if you don't remove one. You got it now?
Yeah, so the one with the webcam open, I'm removing the other one.
Yes. Then we'll give us a chance to bring in Senator DeLong. Dr. Richardson, while we're getting that straightened up, the video, what you make, let's welcome first. Let's welcome Ava. Ava, thank you for joining us, bro. It's good to see you. Okay, so sorry, Dr. Richardson, we got the senator on now. There we go. All right.
Ava, you're muted.
We get a senator on now. Senator DeLong, greetings to you. Thank you for joining us from the Spoon Studio that you willingly, you bought an air condition in. So you say you can't stay home. You want to enjoy your air condition. So you came in the studio. It's good to have you, Senator DeLong. How are you doing today?
What your problem?
You got some, bro. Let's do this show. It's good to see you, Senator DeLong.
Good evening, everybody in Liberia. Wherever you are around the world on Spoon. Thank you, Stanton, for the invitation. Let me say good evening to Dr. Richardson. You back in the States or you still in Liberia?
Still on ground.
It's not true. This time around. No, you must be looking for contempt this time around. Election over, you cannot see me before you leave from here. You and Abraham.
They put calling for my arrest in the country.
But let me say good evening to everybody. Hussein, Ava Amula, Sam Jackson, I call him SBJ, my big brother. Glendy, my sister, and Jemama, myself, we are here. Dualu, my brother. Good evening to all of you. Good day wherever you are following Spoon. Stanton, thank you for the invitation. We are here and it's always, like A.B. Kuma would say, a pleasing pleasure.
Thank you very much, Senator DeLong. It's good to have you on Spoon. Seriously speaking, we appreciate you coming to join us. We can say to you, we have also asked that we will be calling on Senator Nathaniel Fallow McGill, Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow. We'll place a call to Serena Seaforth and Councillor Jerome Verdier that they have accepted to talk to us on this program today. Today's a historical day in Liberia, one of the biggest where you work, the People's House. And here you are today, we will be discussing national issue. We say national issue because we do not want to restrict the conversation. So anything can fly. I want to say welcome to Spoon Talk and let's talk. Senator DeLong, my first question, then I will pass it on. I'm going to ask only one. Then I'm very interested, ready right now, not on the resolution I was signed. I'm going to come to that. What's the story on the word great from the Foreign Ministry?
Thank you. The Committee on Foreign Affairs that I chair humbly, we are doing due diligence. We listen to the concerns of our people. I'm one person who I'm always very concerned about what the people say. The people employed me. And so I am concerned about what they say and how they feel. And when they raise genuine issues for our attention, we must be serious about it. And I must give credit to Amula Mame and other Liberians who have raised issues about Dewey Gray and the committee. We've had confirmation hearings for Dewey Gray, and we've been doing some investigations in the back. One of the concerns was that about this 29,000 passport, ordinary Liberian passport. We have documents in our possession, and I can speak to this formally as chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Senate. We have documents in our possession that an Austrian company without authority shipped 29,000 passports to Liberia, sometimes in June thereabout in 2019, June 2020 thereabout. And the protocol for request for passport, passport is a national security issue. It's a national security document. And so it just cannot be loose all over the place. And even a printing house that is authorized by law through a contract to print Liberian passports don't just issue out the passport unless they are authorized or requested for by the country. What our investigation has shown is that when Bob Press went into a bad relationship with OSD, the Austrian company that were actually printing the passports, when Bob Press severed relationship with OSD in Austria, OSD in Austria still has some passports, Liberian passports already printed. And what they did, they got it one day, and it has been proven. The Austrian company OSD got it one day and shipped the remaining Liberian passports to Monrovia without request from the government of Liberia. At the time, Senator Bwezanga Fili was Minister of Foreign Affairs. Documents in our possession prove that the government of Liberia, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, did not make request for those passports. But the Austrian company, annoyed that Bob Press had canceled the contract with them, they shipped the balance, the remaining passports that were in their custody, in their possession. They shipped it to Monrovia, and they consigned the passports to the minister in the name of the Foreign Minister, Bwezanga Fili. The passports were at the in a container at the Freeport of Monrovia for 3 to 4 months, untouched. And it was a tricky situation. If Liberia cleared the passports and personalized them by putting them into circulation, issuing them, then Liberia will have to pay the Austrian company. If Liberia doesn't use the passport, especially so that the passports were shipped to the Liberia unauthorized without request, then Liberia would not be owing the Austrian company almost $1 million US dollars. But because the passport are national security issue or stuff, the foreign ministry had received some items through the port, and when they went to clear it, sometimes in June 2020, the Freeport management informed the foreign ministry authority that they had a container of passports in the port that were just occupying space, and they had not cleared it for 2-3 months, almost 4 months. So that foreign ministry authority cleared the container of passports and took it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So Dewey Gray, as Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Deputy Foreign Minister for Legal Affairs, under whose supervision and authority control the passports and responsibilities, the passports in her care as Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs. Dewey Gray wrote on behalf of the government of Liberia, the foreign ministry, to the Austrian company to acknowledge receipt that the foreign ministry had taken custody of the passports from the Freeport and that they were in possession of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But what they did finally was to turn the passports over to the NSA, the National Security Agency. 29,000 ordinary passports. My committee, the Committee on Foreign Affairs met last week with Dewey Gray, taking into consideration all of these concerns. We did not want this passport issue and other issues that have been raised, genuine issues that have been raised, hovering over Dewey Gray and confirm her, or not getting clarity on the information, credible information, and then confirming her. We thought that was going to be irresponsible on our part as a committee. So we invited Dewey Gray with the committee, Western God Finley, Senator Senator Snow, Senator Albert Chie, Senator Sir Joseph, and few other senators who are on the committee, along with Dewey Gray, in my conference room, in my office conference room, and we had some discussions about this. And she said the 29,000 passports were in the possession of the NSA. The committee decided that we formally engaged with the NSA. And I, as chairman, have written the NSA formally. I expect a response tomorrow. The NSA has informally already informed us that the 29,000 passports are intact in the custody of the National Security Agency. We will not act until we get a formal response from the NSA, and then we'll proceed to other doubts that have been created over or hovering over Dewey Gray. When we certify those things, we decide whether we'll confirm Dewey Gray or whether to reject them. But as it is, I thought it was fair to Liberians and to herself, to the nominee herself, for her public record, whether it would be negative or positive, for the public to know. So Dewey Gray is under consideration by the committee. When we get the communication, formal response from the NSA, we'll proceed. That's where we are.
Senator DeLong, thank you very much. I said one question, so let me stick to my one question. If anyone have question on the Dewey Gray issue, please ask now. We hope you can consider one question, short follow-up, to give the rest of the panelists a chance. Mamba, you want to go first?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't like to do this, but I will try to do it. I don't like to appear like I want somebody to be guilty and I get a job. You know, it can sound mean, it can sound wicked. You know, she's a responsible woman. She's lived a life. I mean, if the president believes she's the best for the job, if the Senate believe she's the best for the job, they can go ahead and confirm her. The issue with Madame Direct Gray is not about a container of passport. I'm just hearing day to day. The issue is about her role in the signing of diplomatic passports that are in the hands of drug lords and criminals across the country, across the world, that plays a dark cloud over the image and reputation of our country, that creates a condition now that today you go to the embassy for visa, the suspicion is causing Liberians to lose the opportunity to come to America. Families in America deny the opportunity to bring their people because the US government is suspicious of you because your passports are in the hands of criminals, drug lords. Several of them arrested, and that Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what Madam Councillor Diwegri is, plan to investigate. There have been no outcome of those investigations. So it was not about continual passport. I'm just hearing continual passport. It was about her role in the approval of diplomatic passports that are in the hands of drug lords and criminals. That was one issue. The second issue was about women who were raped, children who were raped in foreign service, brought official complaint to the ministry. She is the Minister for Legal Affairs. What was her role in stepping on those cases and there are no resolution? And those people carry the scars of rape and trauma on their head. Those were the issues. So if you're resolved with it, that's fine. Nobody got a problem, nothing personal. We just wanted to raise it, that if the US is having problem with our passport and somebody who was involved into that process is being elevated, how do they feel? That's it.
Thank you, Mame. Your issues have always been genuine. We are very, very meticulous as to how we proceed with these issues without sounding favoring Direct Gray. We have to be careful so that we know these protocols. The issuance of diplomatic passport is within the domain of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the President of Liberia. The issuance of diplomatic passport is within the province and office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the President of Liberia. The issuance of ordinary passports are within the office of the Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs. The issue about Liberian children being raped in foreign service, we're looking into the issues as to whether they fall within the office of the Minister of Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs or with the Ministry of Justice and the prosecution, or what representation did the Ministry of Foreign Affairs make in those issues. So yeah, your concerns are genuine and we are not sidestepping them. It is genuine concerns like you've raised from time to time that have caused us to put the conclusion of Madam Dewey Gray on hold until we do proper investigation, so that when we reject her, we can reject her on solid grounds. When we confirm her, we can keep the integrity of the institution, the Senate, intact.
Do we have anyone else with question on the word Gray? You go ahead, Ajabama.
Yes. One question is, Senator, if you already have all the passports, 29,000 of the passports are safe and intact with the NSA, then why is it you people cannot confirm Ms. Gray?
Simple. I've written as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee to the NSA, to the director. He and I spoke on phone. I made a formal and wrote him. When he replies formally, imagine if I came on the radio and said I spoke to the minister, to the NSA director, and he said all the passport at NSA. You'll be asking for whether there's any official communication. So we decided that we'd make it formal. So I've written him under my signature as chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we're looking forward to his response as soon as possible, so he can form part of our record to inform our decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody on the word grade?
Yeah, I just have a comment, Stanton, if you don't mind. The senator, I don't want to sound down, but sometimes we have to say certain things just to make the point. And like you said, for documentation reasons. It seems people that intentionally take action that harm the state, sometimes we still weigh that person within the purview of the operations of government, saying we have to do research, we have to do investigation when everything is pending. Why it appears now, that word strong, why it appears that we always put Liberia second when Liberia should be first, and we try to protect people. I'm not suggesting that you are, if they've been accused. Why don't they sit to the sideline? Because I believe Liberia is harmed when these kind of things come to light.
So at the Senate and where we are, we don't operate, especially me, I don't operate on sentiment. I don't operate on emotions. When people carry it out as a stake, we got to be careful. It could be you tomorrow. One a thoughtless decision, one sentimental, emotional decision could damage somebody's reputation and character for lifetime, and they will be left with this scar. And so when we sit where we sit, we don't act on impulse and emotions. We do investigation. And I didn't need to bring this up, but in trying to answer you, to tell you that we don't just, today, we stood our ground to say that a certain nominee in a tenure position will not be confirmed. That person is from the rescue mission. That person is from among us. But the general principle of upholding the law, respecting what we stand for, we stood our grounds today, and we got majority of the Senate to agree with us that anything about tenure position will put on hold until the proper actions are taken, until the Supreme Court shall have spoken. And even after the court shall have spoken, before we proceed to confirm or reject anybody in tenure position, we will act to remove tenure. If we don't like tenure, we will not confirm people into tenure position. I think it is only fair and courageous to do so. So we are not acting on impulse. We are not acting on emotions. We are not acting on sentiment. We're doing what we should do to safeguard people's reputation. And when it comes to the point where the reputation or the character that you have will decide your future, we decided to reject Dewey Gray. I don't know her. I've heard about Dewey Gray for a long time. I don't know why I should be in sympathy with Dewey Gray. I don't know why I should soil. I don't know why I should soil my own reputation and the institutional reputation just to protect Dewey Gray. But I think it's fair to give her a fair chance.
Senator Stanton, this is so important. It's not a question. I want to make that clarity. I'm not speaking to Madam Gray directly. I'm speaking in general. So I just want to be very specific on that. And we're talking about Liberia and people that are accused. I just want to make that point clear.
Yeah, so and I was trying to make that point as well, but then I had to bring in Dewey Grace, and she's a subject for the discussion right now.
So, Senator, I know Uncle Sam going to comment. Senator, let me ask you a question real quick. Let's go back. I know right now, when you were saying that the minister proper, for example, Sarah Beslo Yanti, today responsible for diplomatic passport, you wasn't saying yesterday they'll honor the CDC government.
No, that was I meant.
You
I meant that diplomatic passport. And in fact, there was a bulletin issue, I think, after the American embassy had acted or prior to. It has always been, especially so, diplomatic passports are issued on the instruction, either on the advice of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to the president, or on the desk of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, especially diplomatic passports?
Does it have any legal component that, because the word great position then was what?
Dewar Gray was Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs, and of course, she has a responsibility over especially all passports, but directly ordinary passport that did not need to go meet approval of the Minister of Justice and the President of Liberia. No diplomatic passport is issued. No diplomatic passport is issued. No diplomatic passport should be issued without the expressed consent of the Minister of Foreign Affairs approved by the President.
We understand that. We understand that, Mr. Senator. My question is, I'm sensing, and maybe I'm wrong, and I will admit if I'm wrong, that the explanation is covering the word great. I'm not accusing you. That's what I'm sensing. That's what I'm hearing. But let me say this. The issue of the 29,000 diplomatic passport.
No, there are not 29,000 diplomatic passports. There are 29,000 ordinary Liberian passports.
29,000 ordinary passports. The issue that diplomatic passport fell in the hands of criminals, Nigerians, and other folks doing the
No.
But let me finish now.
You can't start like that.
But can I finish? Then you can correct me, please.
Okay, go ahead.
The issue that diplomatic passport fell in the hands of criminals. Okay, that's what I said, because we got passport in our possession. The issue that under President George Manawe, his government, diplomatic passport fell in the hands of criminals. Don't you think Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs, the way Gray is involved?
Diplomatic passports?
Yes.
So the thing is,
did you ask her that? What she know about diplomatic passports?
Testimony is that diplomatic passports were ordered issued by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the President of Liberia. When it comes to ordinary passport, we were tying her down to the passports, the 29,000 passports. If one is issued, personalized and issued, there's a problem because it's under her office.
But who ordered it? Who ordered the 29,000 passport?
I explained that the Austrian company, after the contract was terminated,
explanation, Senator.
So the government of Liberia,
on who directed, Senator?
Nobody directed or requested the passport to be shipped to Liberia. The Austrian company decided that since these 29,000 passports left in our hands and Board Press canceled the contract, we ain't got anything to do with it. We sent it to Liberia. So they just shipped it to Liberia. And that was out of protocol. Now, our issue, my committee's issue, the fact that Dewar Gray formally wrote that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cleared the passports from the Freeport, even though the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not request the shipment of those passports to Liberia. Why did you clear them? If you cleared it, then the explanation was that the passports being in the Freeport were risking our national security documents and all that stuff. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cleared the passports from the Freeport. And in order to do that, after doing that, the government of Liberia, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the signature of Dewar Gray, wrote formally to this Austrian company to inform that the passports have been cleared from the port and they were in the custody and possession of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But because this is a sensitive national security issue, the NSA had to take custody. Now, the NSA is confirming that the 29,000 passports are intact in its custody at the NSA. So if one of the passports have not been personalized and issued, then somebody needs to tell me what did Dewar Gray do wrong when it comes to these ordinary passports. Simple.
Let's go to Sam Jackson. We'll go to Fatika, then we'll finish this conversation, Uncle Sam.
Dewar Gray is a long-standing official of the Liberian government. She's served several administrations. She's nonpartisan. She's been there for like several decades. And the fact that President Boycott appointed her And you should, all of you people who partisans of the UP, should look at the integrity and moral character of Joe Boycott, President Boycott. Dwell Gray falls in the category of people who have done exceptionally well in their profession. And I'm not saying she's perfect, okay? But in terms of a career foreign service officer who's done her duty in multiple administrations. She was there under the LA administration. She was there under the Taylor administration. She was there under George Weah administration. I mean, for somebody to span those numbers of administration, that person there, I mean, is not a saint or Christian Cole, but that person must possess some degree of integrity, some degree of professionalism, and Dwell Grace, the way she behaved in Liberian society. She's a, prominent member of the Liberian society. So I would be very surprised if she was engaged in anything untoward. And then to add to that, the United States government sanctioned the director of passport, if you remember, for those several thousand diplomatic passports that were issued, if you remember. If they had any evidence that
she called you for Salvador?
If they had any evidence that Dwell was involved in it, the Americans that I know so well would have also sanctioned Dwell Gray. So I'm counting on her integrity, my long years of knowing her, and the fact that she's worked for several administrations, and the fact that President Joe Boycott appointed her to that position indicates that she's a woman of strong moral character. And I'm asking the Senate, after the confirmation of the 29,000 passport, to confirm her expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officer Singh?
I don't know Madam Gray, but I've heard a lot of good things about her. My only concern with this passport, with this new information that just came out, 29,000 passports. Senator, what is the total value? How much do we owe for those passports? That's my first question. And because right now I'm looking at the economic benefit. How did we benefit from it after she signed for them and we took custody of those passports? Got her million, and then I was just doing a little math. How much it would cost to take one, which is about $50 versus 29,000. The math didn't add up. So it sounds like a loss. Not questioning her integrity, her loss. And then I want you to tell us about this orbital passport. A couple of months, a year ago, we heard about this French company, Orbiter, that delivered some passports, and they were at the free port of Liberia. I don't know how true it is. Can you talk to us about that as well?
So it's not Orbiter. Yeah, it's Orbiter. Is the Australian company we're talking about? We got to be clear here. The documents we have, the Australian company, I don't know whether you want me to roll over this again. The government of Liberia had contract with this Bob Press, and Bob Press had contract with OSD, this Austrian company, for all the security feature and all of this stuff. And that is not everything we want to put on the microphone for the security nature of it. Sometimes during the span of the contract, Bob Press severed relationship with the Austrian company that were actually doing the printing for all the security reasons. But then this Austrian company had a stockpile of our passports still in their possession. When Bob Press severed relationship,
I was asking, what is the value of that amount of passports?
It's close to $1 million. Now, here is the thing, and from what I said, I won't put everything on the microphone. If we found that one of the 29,000 passports is short, that's a problem, because it means Liberia will have to pay. Every indication showed proof that Liberia did not put in for the passports. So the Austrian company, their matter has been with EU and the European Union and these embassies here long time, and they all know. And this Austrian company was not authorized to ship. Every time Liberia wanted a passport, they will put in order and put in specific quantity. Now, because there was sorrow in the relationship, and Bob Press ended relationship with this OSD, this Austrian company, the Austrian company still has some quantity of the passports in their possession in Austria at the warehouse. One day they just got up and shipped it to Liberia. Liberia did not request for it. They shipped it in the name of the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bezonga Finlay. And records show that Bezonga questioned how did they ship these items without any formal request, without the normal protocol for requests for passports. And the issue was, we don't have contract with you again. The passport yesterday now occupying space, so we send it to you. Now, you can't have your passport with all those security features sitting down in a free port for all those months. It risks our national security stuff. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cleared it. And since it was ordinary passport under the authority of Dewey Gray, at that time, Bezonga had already left in 2020 to go do his senatorial campaign in Grand Bassa County. So Dewey Gray wrote, acknowledging that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had taken delivery of the passport and that they were in the possession of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Internally by the government of Liberia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs turned the passports over to the NSA for all the national security reasons. I am informing that my committee, the Committee on Foreign Affairs, have formally contacted the NSA. They have informally informed us that the 29,000 passports are intact at the NSA in their custody. I'm not going to take the informal response. And so I'm waiting for the formal response. Let the NSA put itself on record to the Senate that the passports in question, Dewey Gray didn't do anything about it. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not use any of the passports because of all the things that surrounded the importation of the passports. They were unauthorized sent here. No request was made and all of that stuff. When the NSA should have done that, and we'll proceed. So what I'm saying to you is, if we use one on our passport, we have to pay. If we have not used it, then we have some processes to pass through with that company to either destroy the passport so that they can get in some hands. If we're not using the passport, why are we keeping it? If we use it, pay for it. Simple. And the fact that Dewey Gray sat in the office and we're still looking for 29,000 passports until they are formally cleared beyond reasonable doubt, Dewey Gray would be rejected.
Steno, can I ask my last question?
Go ahead, Andrew Mama.
Senator, all the case you're making here today, for me, Dewey Gray, I know her. And she's not one of the cookish or tricky person in the government. She has worked for, I think, 3 or 4 sets of government in this country. I've known her over the years. I don't know her to be involved into corrupt practices and stuff like that. And my question is, if you people are saying that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the head of the ministry, and he normally gave the go ahead before diplomatic passport can be issued, or he's the head of all these things, then why won't do agree in responsible for these things?
My committee is not investigating Dewey Gray's involvement with diplomatic passports. We are investigating the whereabouts of 29,000 ordinary Liberian passports and also other concerns that have been raised by Liberians, which we believe are genuine, to clear her name or to reject her on those grounds. Because if we want to rescue, we cannot keep doing the same thing. Our own president said no more business as usual. If Dewey Gray sat in her office and she had a duty to perform to protect foreign service officials, and their children were raped, and she had a duty to perform, and she failed to do so. Then we can be elevating her. Elevating her will be rewarding her for bad behavior. And so but if we will reject her, we will reject her on good grounds. If we will confirm her, we must be doing so, but also doing it with the institutional integrity into consideration.
Yeah, but Senator, she was not here. The head of foreign ministry is going. He said,
but you're missing the point. If there was diplomatic passport been there, we have confirmed the work a long time. If it was just diplomatic passport, because I know for a fact that the president of Liberia, the former president of Liberia, and his minister of foreign affairs were the ones who were issuing those passports. Even the new regulation that has been issued under our own government, it says that it will be on the advice and authority of the minister of foreign affairs, approved by the president of Liberia, Joseph Boakai, for diplomatic passports.
Yeah, but Senator, you're saying those children who are being raped, are you going to hold to a grave because those children being raped? What happened to the minister and the president of Liberia?
They are not there again. If she had it, no, so let's not go back and forth. If they were great as deputy minister for legal affairs, if they fall within her duty and responsibility to protect and represent spouses and children of foreign service officials, and she failed to do so, we would not promote her.
Senator, you know what? This is very important, but a lot of folks disagreeing with you. They were great. One of those folks at the ministry that signed diplomatic passport. If you are saying diplomatic passport issue, you were going to confirm they were great by now, but the only reason you have not confirmed her because of the 29 ordinary passport. Then I think
29,000, yeah.
29,000 ordinary passport. Then I think it raises the question that they were great knowingly, allowing folks all of Liberia, criminals, to travel with diplomatic passports. She signed onto them, and they were issued. Don't you think it's a problem?
Come again?
If you are saying criminals are traveling around the world, most recently one was caught a Nigerian with drugs all in his bed. He had Liberia diplomatic passport. They would grade her position as Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs. If she signed those passports, how can you give her a pass? Say, well, the instruction came from the president or the foreign minister.
If she signed the passport,
yes.
Show me one. I reject her tomorrow. Listen.
No. Then I pause. If I show you one.
1 minute now.
Okay.
Show me one. And let's investigate that it's in the wrong hand. Look, the Supreme Court said.
Show you one, or should we investigate that it's in the wrong hand? What are we saying? Do you want us to show you a passport that have the word great signature in it, diplomatic passport? Because you said she didn't sign, it was issued by the president or the foreign ministry.
Diplomatic passports are ordered issued on the instruction of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and approved by the president. Ordered issued can also be signed by the appropriate authority that's supposed to sign it. If the instructions came from the president, he signed it. That's another thing. If the instruction did not come from the president and she signed a diplomatic passport and it's in the wrong hand, she's rejected tomorrow morning.
So if the instruction came from the president, but it was wrong for her to do it, to allow those guys travel with
the fact that she's a lawyer.
Excuse me, Delo, let me ask the question, please, and maybe you can answer, Senator. The instruction coming from the president, but knowing that she's a lawyer and she did it based on the president instruction, but it was illegal to do. It put Liberia in a bad spot. You say you're going to
use the Supreme Court. I will rely on the Supreme Court ruling in the Brownie Samoka case. Your boss man should never give you instruction that is illegal for you to follow. If Dewar Gray, as a lawyer, implemented instruction that were illegal, and she did not have the compulsion, the spine to say no, she's rejected tomorrow morning.
Is this the same company that issued the 29 ordinary passport that you guys visited most recently?
We went to Austria to have a discussion with the Austrian government. We met with the foreign ministry of the Austria, and we met with OSD, and we raised these concerns. Yes, I was part of that in Austria 2 weeks ago.
And you raised the concern with OSD. You traveled on that trip with the foreign minister, the transport minister, just to raise the concern with OSD. And are we still using them to print a Liberia passport, Senator?
That is a decision left to the executive. It is not.
Will you advise the foreign minister to push that we use them to print a Liberian passport?
No, I won't do that advice because it's not within my office.
You are the chairman of foreign affairs, sir. What's your position now? What will be your position now? Use them or don't use them?
I have oversight as a committee, but not instruction.
But you went there. You took the trip. You spoke to them. Are you telling Liberians, are you telling folks in Moserata and Liberia, home and abroad, that it's appropriate to use this same group of people that just shipped 29,000 ordinary passports?
When the Ministry of Foreign Affairs goes through all of its arrangements and seeks the advice of the committee, we determine there and then. To sit here and make it a personal opinion, I think it's far-fetched and immature or premature.
But they are in conversation with the government, though, to print driver lesson. That same group of people, DeLong.
No, as far as I know,
they are currently in conversation with the Liberian government to print driver lesson. If we are still dealing with them, Senator DeLong, how can you save Liberia?
No, we are not still dealing with them. As far as I know, I can speak definitively. The Liberian government is not still dealing with them because we have no contract with that company.
Do you know that they are in conversation to print? Do you know that they are in conversation
dealing with them as in an official contract is not the same.
But that's the reason why the transport minister went on the trip, right? To talk to them.
That's his
You were
function.
part of that trip.
That's his function. The Minister of Transport has the function and authority and responsibility to look for good things.
Do you think the transport minister should deal with them since these guys then put our country at risk still?
It's more like a hypothetical question you're asking. I think we should make progress with this because
we are making progress. Because Senator, the reason why I brought it up, Senator, the reason why I brought this up, Senator, maybe it's not only me. You are putting Minister Gray to the 29,000 ordinary passport. Once it is clear, you will confirm her. But the other issue about diplomatic passport that was signed, you only based on that as she went through the instruction from the president or the foreign minister, so you are giving her a pass. That's why we are pushing this question. But it's for you to answer. It's for you to answer. It's for us to move on. Thank you very much for answering my question.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to move on? Yes. Yes, Abba.
Yes.
No, I have 30 seconds.
Yeah, after Abba, you can go ahead, please.
Is the situation in terms of the historicity or what has happened with regards to our diplomatic passport being used for the wrong reasons? Has Madam Gray been in that position of final oversight, final signature, whatever for those passports? Do you know?
Come again?
In terms of the person who can look at the passport the last, or the person who can sign it before you go anywhere else, or before you go to printing. Over the time, what we now see our passport, all kind of noise behind it, all kind of corruption, all kind of people carrying it. Has Madam Gray been in that position to be able to be the last person to issue those passports?
So it depends. Is it ordinary or diplomatic?
We're talking diplomatic passport, yo.
But there's a regulation that was issued.
Privileges.
There was a regulation that was issued by the former government to the effect that only the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the President will advise and authorize the issuance of diplomatic passport. One minute, I said, 1 minute. This current government has issued that same regulation on diplomatic passport that only the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as advised or approved by the President of Liberia, will deal with diplomatic passports. What's the difference?
Okay, so we got a regulation, right?
Yeah.
That regulation, I don't know what year it happened, but people here seem to be arguing. And I just want you to dispel it or confirm it that there were passports issued at some point from somebody other than the minister. And those passports that were issued, did it happen that Madam Gray was in any other positions that were issued, giving final authority on those passports?
But I was just said somebody need to show me some. Show us the committee.
Got you. So that means as far as you know, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Right, that's fine with me. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but Abba, he made a caveat though. He made a caveat, and the caveat is if she authorized the issuance of a passport, okay, that does not fall within the local domain, or the president is not qualified to get a diplomatic passport. So that the legislature is not the fact that she issued a passport, but the president is not an authorized recipient of a passport.
If Gray, since it's personal to
we're not talking about legal passport.
One minute about if Gray, for instance, issued a diplomatic passport, there must be a source of authority. That authority should not be word of mouth. I won't take it. It should be formal. It means there must be a note transmitter, either internal memo by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or some communication approved by the President of Liberia on diplomatic passport to be signed by the Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs.
I'm in agreement with you. If people can find proof, you can hold somebody responsible.
30 seconds.
Go ahead, Ambula. Then we'll move on.
The procedure for awarding diplomatic passport is one, it goes to the minister. The minister attentions it to the Minister of Legal Affairs. Even though the law says the president and the minister have the authority to issue, when the request comes, they send it to the Minister of Legal Affairs to conduct due diligence and ensure the process is in line with law. She writes on the communication and send it down to the department responsible to print. Senator, you need to take note of that. She is one of the 3 persons in the supply chain for diplomatic passport. And I say official, and I say ordinary. The president, the minister of legal affairs, before it goes for printing.
Sometimes I don't want to make this thing sound personal. If you're a deputy minister for legal affairs, and the minister and foreign affairs and approved by the president issue a bulletin that no diplomatic passport will be issued unless it is approved, advised by the minister of foreign affairs and approved by the president, between those 2 authorities, and you are the deputy for legal affairs. I don't want to sound like I'm holding any special grace for Dewey Gray, but if you are working in an administration where a bulletin, a regulation was issued, and you the deputy minister, and everything passing over you, and you can't show me one document. If you show me one document where Dewey Gray approved diplomatic passport and in the wrong hand, then we're having some discussion.
Oh yes.
And you talking to the chairman of the committee.
So Chairman, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. You are saying it is possible that it passed over all. Now, my point.
No, I'm not saying possible. I say it did because there's regulation, written regulation.
Good.
Somebody need to show me one passport, diplomatic passport that deal with Grace signed as Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs and went in the wrong hand unauthorized. The committee will be gathered tomorrow morning.
The only way you will know that, Senator, way you will know that, just on March 24th, 2024, Centar was calling on the Joe Baka administration to investigate how all those diplomatic passports were issued.
And the investigation is on.
Until you can investigate, you wouldn't.
But you want me to reject? You want us to reject her?
No.
In the midst of the investigation, but while the investigation is going on, then you say we're delaying.
No, I never call on you to reject. I'm calling on you.
I listened to you in the last few days. Amula, you're giving an impression that we only say we investigating, so the thing is cool off, then we shift and we slip it somehow later on.
Senator, I beg you, we shouldn't go that way. We shouldn't
No, I
go that way.
think we should go out of certain places and let's
topic.
go to these places too, because we have the opportunity to be on the show every time when you're giving your opinion. And you are one person who the country and Liberian home and abroad admire, and you know my relationship with you.
I know that.
When you give me an issue and you bring an issue to me, you know how meticulous I can be. But you, in the last few days, this deal with great issue was discussed here on Spoon, and the impression or the insinuation was we just acting like we're investigating so that the water can come down, and later on we can get pass out. No, Amula, we reject do it great on good ground, or we pass out because we are convinced that she's
but what made me afraid now when you said all your investigation is only on ordinary passport, when the crux of the issue.
Which crux of which issue?
The issue that we identified and raised was not
show me
ordinary
one passport that she signed, diplomatic passport that she issued.
But the only way you will know, Senator, that she got involved is when there is an investigation.
The investigation is ongoing, but you're not waiting for it. You say we calm down. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is investigating.
No, but Senator,
and when the Minister of Foreign Affairs concludes, when the Minister of Foreign Affairs
diplomatic passport, you said you're not holding on anything about diplomatic passport.
No, you are mistaken. You are mistaken, Amula. The 29,000 passports you didn't know about it. I don't want about it. Our committee is investigating that.
But our old story, Dylan. Now you bring it. The 29 ordinary passport, our old story, Dylan. What you
start jumping in. Amula said on the show here that was not an issue because that was not an issue I had. I said it is
that's not an issue. That's not an issue.
Exactly. It is an additional issue now because if 29,000 passports came here in the name of Western God Finley as Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the company said they ship it, and it came to Liberia, and nobody knows where it is, there's a problem. But the fact that we have documents in our possession that Dwayne Gray wrote this company, acknowledging that the 29,000 ordinary passport landed here, and that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs took possession of those passports, it's just one investigator going to investigate for rape, and then he meet dead body. And somebody said, no, you only came here to investigate rape, lead a body. No, just because you want to investigate one item or one issue and you happen upon another issue doesn't mean you should ignore it, especially as an investigator. We as a committee, while we are discussing or investigating one aspect, we happen across another aspect, added onto the other issues. I'll give you additional information. And then we want to make the dual grade issue as if to say, we're playing some games. No, I don't know this woman. I'm not going to damage myself for her, not even the committee that I chair, but I think it will reject her on good grounds. And if we confirm her, taking into consideration our own character and the integrity of the institution that we represent.
Is the Senate or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs investigating the issue of diplomatic passport? Those investigations are present, we are announced. Is the Senate and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs investigating that matter to get conclusion of it? And if you're doing so, is Madam Gray part of it, since you are one of the 3 persons responsible?
So the Senate is not doing that investigation. It is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
And we act accordingly.
Okay. We'll wait
so while that process is on, don't think we're just sitting down and waiting for certain to cool off that's the point I'm trying to make it tonight.
We'll wait for the report. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Senator Abraham Darius James Brown DeLong. Thank you. We'll be moving on. We'll be moving on to the other issue. But I still hold this though. Dewey Gray didn't sign any diplomatic passport, but signed a release, the approval to grant diplomatic passport to folks. To have Dewey Gray's signature in any diplomatic passport, you won't find it. But to have document approving that Stanton Witherspoon is okay to receive a diplomatic passport, that way you're going to find her signature.
Show that to me.
Senator, let me. Go ahead, Senator. You the guest.
Thank you. Show me any such instrument, and Dewey Gray will have to ask, answer to us what is source of our authority. Because we know that's the point I'm making. If anything Dewey signed authorizing the issuance of a diplomatic passport, she must have gotten authority from the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the President.
And if given to the wrong person, you say it's okay once she got the authority from the President or the Minister.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I'm asking you a question. Are you saying it's okay?
I can enjoy some of this grammar. I said it was very clear. If we found one diplomatic passport in the wrong hand issued by Dewey Gray, she's in problem. If Dewey Gray took instruction from her boss and knowing that that instruction was not in conformity with her own authority and laws, as a lawyer, the Supreme Court has ruled. The Supreme Court said Samoga should not have taken illegal instruction even from the President of Liberia. Correct?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. I like how we end on this note because, again, we're deeper. Thank you, Senator. Folks, we're going to move now to what was the discussion for today. The issue today, the signature of the war and economic crime.
Can I ask the Senator one quick question?
We are moving on. We are moving on, Abba, please. I won't give the Senator a chance when he explains.
It's about integrity.
Well, give the Senator a chance when he explains. You will be the first to ask your question, Abba, please. It's 6:37, and let's try to just manage the time. Senator, they work today at the Capitol building from where you work, our house, the people's house. We'll give you the time to explain now the historical day today. How do you feel? What led to this signature on this resolution, sir? Talk to us about what went on the floor of the Senate.
Today, I won't say it was a great day. Today is a great day for Liberia. Today is a great day. It's the beginning of great days for Liberia and Liberians home and abroad. One of my colleagues today said something, I hope I can quote him or paraphrase him. Today is the better beginning to a sweet end. Today marks the better beginning to a sweet end. Today is a great day for Liberia because something that has eluded this country for years is about to take shape. The Liberian people, through their representatives, have decided today to start something that seemed impossible in our country. We want to give special recognition to the leadership, the courage, the wisdom and grace of the leader of the Senate, Senator Nominee Kanga Lawrence, and all of our distinguished colleagues who have penned their signatures to that document. For far too long, the culture of impunity has been a thing in our country, where apart from people who brought war and economic devastation of the country, indiscipline in the country, everything is tied around the culture of impunity. And so today, what the Liberian Senate did was heroic, is historical, and we gave God the glory for the courage, and we highly commend and appreciate the zealous courage and grace of the pro tem of the Senate, Senator Nominee Kanga Lawrence. For us, for 28 senators to sign onto a document, something that seemed impracticable, if not impossible, in Liberia. Let me, that's true, but it was not funny. Nominee Kanga Lawrence gave us tea and shortbread. And we're drinking the tea and eating the shortbread, happy signing the document. We did it because it's about time. Everything has time. And that was the time beginning today. The culture of impunity in our country must end. And that end must begin. It started today. When we were campaigning as a rescue mission, we campaigned on accountability. We did not go to every rally ground and say we'll bring war crime code, but we said people who abuse this country, who hate this country, people who bear greater responsibility for where the country is today, we have to account. And we did not talk about accountability only during the campaign. We've been talking about accountability as our core message on the rescue mission, even before those who believe us join us, and we all did it together. And thankfully today, we have kept our word. It's the beginning, the sour, bitter beginning to sweet end. That's how I want to describe today.
So, Senator, I will ask my question. Thank you very much for describing today, and everyone will have 2 questions to ask. Senator, Alan White, he was seated in the back. You know, when we say this day is a historical day, and some folks, I believe, I heard from the U.S. Embassy, did it bring extra tension? Did it bring extra stress? Alan White, President, the champion for war crime code, the champion that are fighting, brought this thing to Sierra Leone, now wanted to be done in Liberia. Talk to us about your feeling, hearing or seeing Alan White sitting with his group in the back, Senator.
None of us knew that Alan White was here. We signed, look, I'm a member of the Judicial Committee of the Senate. I'm also a member of the Defense, Security, Intelligence, and Veteran Affairs Committee of the Senate. These 2 committees jointly were authorized by plenary on the instruction of the pro tem for us to take a look at this thing as a joint committee. And the joint committee met severally. We went on break. The legislature went on break, Easter break, and the joint committee was still meeting. It was not about Alan White. Whether Alan White was in town or not, today was still going to happen because we said today, Alan White's presence did not change or alter anything. Alan White and Chris Smith, they have been in contact with me, not for war crime code, but on abortion bill. And they know some of us, we don't fall to intimidation or bullying. Not that they are doing so. But if you have a position on abortion in America, allow us to have a position on abortion in Liberia. Don't push us. We are lawmakers. So Alan White's presence today did not cause us to do anything that we did not already wanted to do. But it was good he was around. So he see how we deliberate and see that we are passionate about what we do, even if we don't get it right at times. But he saw that notwithstanding people's sentimental, emotional stories, they signed the document. Nobody can come to the public and say, I signed under duress or under any other consideration, to the extent that even though his action was a little dishonest, Prince Johnson himself was crying out of dishonesty that why you don't tell me why you are leaving Nima out from signing the document. To Prince Johnson is seeking to fight to say, why you don't tell me you are signing a document? Even though he knew he was signing a document. That singular action, deceptive action of Prince Johnson today will even further prove that nobody was forced, compelled to sign the document because there was an Alan White sitting in that place. In fact, Alan White's presence in that place today was a surprise. We have signed a document a day or 2 ago. Some of us, and we're waiting for a few of our other colleagues to make sure we reach the threshold of 2/3 before we can put it up to say we're taking this action tomorrow and leave the suspense so that people can be suspecting whether we would do it or would not do it. But Alan White and other stakeholders, international stakeholders, including Liberians, witnessing that occasion today was a good thing, in my view.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Now, Dr. Richard saying, Jimaman, Ambulamame, Sam Jackson, Glendy, Asiva, and Hussein. Your 2 questions each, please.
Senator, thank you for coming to talk to us tonight. I like your methodical way of approaching some investigative matters. What's next now that you guys show your legislative will behind the passing of the resolution? What's next now with the resolution?
The resolution now goes to the president. We have expressed our will and we gave some guidance on how to proceed. The Liberian people should understand that we have a TRC law. And the TRC law says all recommendations must be or shall be implemented. It did not give room. All recommendations shall be implemented. And the implementing authority is the executive, the president. And the TRC law says the president must report quarterly to the legislature as to progress made, challenges along the way, and if some of those challenges require legislative action by passing legislation to enable the implementation, smooth implementation, the legislature comes on. So what the legislature has done, the Senate concur with the House with some meat to the resolution, is to tell the president, Mr. President, you have an authority, you have a responsibility. Carry on. Where you need our involvement, let us know. We're waiting right to the door to enable it, to enhance it. In essence, simple English, that's what the resolution is about.
How would you respond to cynical Liberians who are saying, oh, this is just a bluff? We've seen this before. By the time they finish passing the resolution, making all the laws and everything, it would be 6 years, the term will be over, then we will not have to worry about it.
So I didn't come to blow my horn. I'm sure some of my colleagues wouldn't do the same. But I'm a face of this campaign that brought this administration. We campaign on transparency and accountability to end the culture of impunity, part of which we are doing. When this resolution goes to the marshal, we give the president some time to go through it. I'm sure President Bouaka is ready. If he's not ready, we have a duty to remind him to be ready, prepare him to be ready. I would torture the president and the president pro tempore of the Senate, just how I tortured George Weah, President Weah, and the pro tem of the Senate under Weah's regime, on Wabodege and other issues. About this, I'm a constructive disruptor for the common good. What we say to the people we must do. President Bouaka has demonstrated the gut and the courage for us to set this thing going. At a certain point in time, rescue means rescue, and the country desires it. This must come or appear as a better beginning, but there's a sweet ending if we see this through. Liberia should not be the only country in the world where people cry and whine when people say they won't do court, rule of law. Now, my first time one political party said they're going to court, the other parties and the other party there. Which country you not see people vex when people say they're going to court and not going to the bush? What kind of country where people can get vexed when people say are going to court? Can you imagine? The War and Economic Crimes Code for Liberia is justice, not only for the victims, for those who were not even victimized, but for the future, for the healing of this land, for the healing. And we must do this code because, Francine, I'm not saying Dr. Richardson because I want to call you Francine, right?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. We must do the code so that it can send a message to all of us as Liberians that the thing you're doing today, no matter how long justice will meet you. If you're 60 years old and you do something and you think nobody watching, you think the law is not watching, even at 90 years old, the law will meet up with you. When we do that, we serve as deterrent. What we are as a country, we are demonstrating that bad behavior is rewarded. That is why everybody thinks doing the wrong thing is the right thing.
Thank you.
Okay, it's my turn. Senator, I want to ask, can the executive branch of government change any portion in this resolution that is being sent to them? My second question would be, I'm just getting all three.
All three?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did the Senate separate the War and Economic Crime Code from the Economic Crime Code? Why did it separate it?
From the war crimes, and then what was separated?
Why they send the War Crime Code
one side and the economic
and
crime?
the Economic Crime Code in Liberia?
Yeah.
Then the last one would be is it still the Americans still supporting this War and Economic Crime Code, including the Economic Crime Code that they promised months ago financially?
Okay, I thank you, Mama. For us to establish a war and economic crimes code in Liberia must be a Liberian desire, craving. It must be a Liberian decision. It's either you got desire to go to school, but your parents poor, and you're a smart child, and God can bless you with somebody helping with scholarship. But first, you must have the desire, you want to go to school, but you don't have the means. And then you can ask for the means. Can the president alter some things in the resolution? Of course, yes. Why are we separating or seeking to separate the war crimes from the economic crimes? The wisdom of the Senate is simple. There may always be economic crimes code, but not attached to war crimes. Will not always be in wartime. There are crimes you commit during wartime that are making war crimes. But you can commit those same crimes without outside of wartime. It means that a war crime. And people can kill without war. People can rape without war. But when you rape during war, the way you do it, they call it, they say the crime against humanity. Right? You can kill, which is not good. But you kill one person, you kill 3 persons, they call it massacre or murder. But during war, if you cross certain boundaries, certain norms, they say that war crimes, a crime against humanity. If during wartime you setting your country law, you smuggling you trafficking you smuggling your country resources out of the country, those are economic crimes committed during war. But where there is no war and people still smuggling the resources of the country out of the country, that corruption, that economic crimes, but it's not done during wartime. We want an economic crimes code that will have perpetual existence, whether war or no war. So let's separate the war crimes from the economic crimes code. So the economic crimes code, standing alone, can have perpetual everlasting existence. That was the wisdom of the Senate. And what was the last concern? Whether America prepared to fund the process? I think
they still stand by the words because they said they were going to finance the entire process.
So let's determine that we want war crimes code. Then we'll ask people for assistance. You can't be asking people to fund a war crimes code that you don't want. You got to want it. You got to show proof that you want justice and accountability. But we don't have the means. We're concerned about security. We're concerned about the economic returns, or what we take the financing from to do this economic code. What kind of judges will want? What is a hybrid code? And all of those things. Those things are the ingredient of this resolution. The Senate, as a body of quote unquote elders, we put elderly thoughts into this document. That is why we did not act on impulse, we did not act on sentiment, we did not rush it. Even when the public understandably was suspicious and pessimistic about whether we will act, and without trying to downplay or dismiss the House of Representatives, we have been careful not to just rush with anytime the country think we should do something. Canada, you see, and then Chimama, the House of Representatives, out of good thoughts, the House of Representatives, out of good thoughts, passed on the drug law. But you know what the House did? The House said anything drug related is not bailable. So we said, we from the Senate, we said no, we got to act earlier. The person who get one how you can call it, one joint between the finger, can suffer the same punishment as a person who brought 100 million cocaine in the country. You can say when they catch you with one joint between your finger, then it's not bailable. And it's not bailable if they caught a whole ship of cocaine in your possession, it's not bailable too. The gravity, the grade of the crime, commission of the crime is not the same. So when we took our time to grade it and put it in categories. So certain drug aspect is not bailable, certain is bailable, but with harsh punishment. That's elderliness. That's what we do in the Senate. And when the House passed the resolution, it was a good thing for us to concord the same day. Y'all are going to be happy. But the meat that we have in this resolution, the way we put it together from an elderly position, standpoint, the thoughts, the consultations we made, the lawyers we talked to, home and abroad, to conclude with this resolution, probably would not have been. That's how I want to respond to you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you. Mama, you want to go ahead, Mama?
I want to say thanks to the Senate, to Senator Dillon, the Senate Pro Tem, to the Speaker and members of the House of Representatives for such a bold decision. People will find a way to discredit it. People will find a way to speak about how the country is divided. But there will come a time we'll talk about that division that people keep hammering. Every day you talk about accountability, whether it's asset recovery, whether it's prosecution for war crimes and economic crime. The next thing you hear in some quarter is the country is divided. You can't scare all the country is divided. We'll talk about that another day, but today, the Senate, the House of Representatives, done extremely well. We want to congratulate them for that effort, that courage to hold on. There are a lot of things we promised during the campaign, and people are allowed to fall along the way, but this one, they held to it. And we want to tell them thank you. It will not be perfect 100% all the way. There will be slippages along the way. There will be some issues along the way with financing, but it's a good decision. What it does is send a message to the world, as opposed to what Uncle Sam Jassy and other people think, that it will discourage investors. We think it will encourage investors. They will begin to see our country as a civilized country that ready to punish people for the wrong thing and reward people for the right thing. That's what investor wants to see in a society. To know that there is laws that when you violate, you can be penalized. And that is that message we send it across. We are aware that people will not be happy, but let them go and exonerate themselves. Let's set this precedent so other people can be afraid. One day, one boy walked on the street, stood over Senator Dillon's car, bent on the car, walked down and walked away. That is a symbol of the extent to which people believe in impunity in Liberia, that nothing can come out of anything. Say if somebody can kill 10,000 people and they're walking free, whoever standing over somebody's car. That's the mindset in the country now. And everybody just want to hide and don't want to address it. We thank the Senate for the courage. There will be slippages along the way. Everything will not be perfect, our people. But let's give this a try and support it with everything we have. The money will come, the resources will come. But you can't be asking people for money when you're not even ready to show commitment to the process. I was hoping Senator Snow would call here today. Fortunately, he did not. But I listened to his issues that he raised. Talking about investment, talking about what America has done for Liberia. Okay.
We're going to call Senator Snow, Mame. So let focus on Senator Talon.
Senator, yeah. Thank you for it. We support that decision, and it's a popular decision. It's a popular decision. It will try investment.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Let's do it together for our country. It's not everything we do, we might get it right. But on a day that we get it right, this kind of support, popular people support, can also strengthen our resolve to even strengthen it even more. That is why I said this resolution, our signature won't go in vain.
Thank you, Senator Dillon.
Yeah.
So I just want you to, you're a great thinker. I just want you to put the thinking cap on. And I know you're not a lawyer, but you have a lot of legal knowledge, okay? The first question I want to ask you, and I'm going to ask you my questions in succession, so I want you to write them down because I don't want to lose my train of thought, okay? Okay. Is this resolution a sufficient mandate for the establishment of a war crime court? Meaning, is there enough meat in there to give the parameters in terms of the time frame, the form and character of the crimes that were committed during the war? That's the first question, okay? The second question for you is, in your mind, when you think about war crime, are you just thinking about the young men and women who were recruited and rose to ranks of warlords and they engage in mayhem? Or are you thinking about the financiers of the war, the people who engage in the creation and the financing of the rebel groups, people who you and I know, who were named by the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, people who were named in books, with the financiers of the war queen, the war kings? Will these people be brought to justice? That's my second question. My third question is, I want you to think. Charles Gankin Taylor is sitting in a British jail. And I know for a fact, based upon my, he may die in jail, and they've already bought land to build his tomb. They're not going to bring it to Liberia because they don't want people to use it as a shrine, okay? Do you think that Charles Gankin Taylor will be tried in the war crime court? And he will be tried in absentia, or will be tried televised? Have you thought about all of that? I just want you to just run through your brilliant mind and answer me as a brother.
Thank you, SPJ. If you look at the resolution, count one says, I'm picking up from your last question. Count one of the resolution says that justice should prevail and there should be no impunity for those who bear greater responsibility for war crimes, crimes against humanity, other violations of international humanitarian law, and other domestic crimes which occurred during the Liberian civil crisis. Emphasis, for those who bear greater responsibility, not the child soldier. If the boy had not brought gun, the child soldier probably would not have had gun either. He would not have been dropped. If one group of people had not put money together to finance the war, one child soldier would not have had gone to shoot people, maybe immaturely and all that kind of stuff. So the resolution, if you read it, you will know that it was put together by elders. Forget the age at some point. The Senate, we were elderly when it came to this matter. We put too much thought in it from yesterday, about today, and tomorrow. Again, count one. After we did all the preamble with the whereas, the meat of this document is it begins from now. Therefore, I think you have it there. It is resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the Republic of Liberia in legislature assembled. One, first, that justice should prevail and there should be no impunity for those who bear greater responsibility for war crimes, crimes against humanity, other violations of international humanitarian law, and other domestic crimes which occurred during the Liberian civil crisis. Not just only in Liberia, those who bear the greater responsibility. Whether you out of Liberia, whether in Liberia, if you bear greater responsibility, justice should not spare you. That's why we said in count one, in responding to your question, will I be specific as to whether Charles Taylor will be tried on about Liberian war, whether in absentia or in person? We are not, our decision is not to target any particular person. It is people who feel guilty that bring themselves and say, I'm going to no court. It's just to say all the animal or ugly animal go bring water. Baboon say he ain't going anywhere. Nobody call Baboon. Baboon feed that he ugly, so he the one bouncing. Go. So without naming anybody specifically, the TRC has recommended people for further prosecution through a tribunal. You have to start with that. And if there's other credible information, material resources that can bring other people on board for prosecution, yes, the mandate of the court and what kind of lawyers and judges, local councils. See the kind of framework we are advising the executive to start to put together. Councils that are consistent with Chapter 2, Article 5C of the 1986 Constitution. The president shall issue an executive order to establish the Office of War Crimes. Establish the Office of War Crimes, not Koro. First, establish that office. What is the purpose? And that office will be within the Ministry of Justice and appoint forward a special envoy or officer in charge, duly certified by the International Criminal Court in The Hague, the Netherlands, or the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights, and other international courts and tribunals with the relevant experience and qualification and competence in international criminal law and practice to do what? Organize and coordinate all actions and activities regarding to the establishment of this court. The Senate put a lot of thoughts into this, and the pro tem was hands-on this thing with the Joint Committee. I'm a member of the both Judicial and Defense Security and Intelligence Committee. We know that the work we put into this. That is why we did not rush into SPJ. So the mandate of the court will be to go for all persons.
So basically you're saying this is enough. This resolution, which is to join the House.
No, it's not enough to establish a court. It sets the basis for the establishment.
So you accept that you will need new legislation, right? A comprehensive legislation to do that, right?
Of course.
Great.
Of course, if you read a resolution, and also not you, because I know you do that more in depth. But here's the thing, SPJ, it's just some people just take the national budget, 600 pages, they run straight to how much there for the legislature, and they close the whole book now, the whole year. Here what the lawmaker them making, here what there for the legislature, and all the other millions that are just going here, all that thing. So the resolution, when I just look for the signatures, people like you must read this resolution and know men and women have acted in the best interest of the country.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Sam Jackson. Thank you, Senator Dillon Glennie.
Senator Dillon, how are you today?
Glennie.
Yes.
The pink letter or the blue or the green?
No one are playing today. No ping, a playing.
That's my sister right there.
Yesterday was ping.
That's my sister right
there. But I want to, I when I'm looking at the counts, I think you spoke a little bit about count 4. And I want to draw attention and ask.
No, I haven't gone to count 4. Okay, I think in responding to Ede Jemama, I spoke, but go ahead so I can jump into
you talk a little bit about it where you said that you'll be seeking assistance from foreign partners.
Right.
And that's what in count 4. My question is, there are some Liberians who are also capable of wanting to assist with funding. Was that considered? Because when we're seeing United Nations, EU, US government, did anywhere was it ever considered that if ordinary Liberians want to be a part of the financial mobilization movement, could they be allowed to do that?
Of course, Liberians are always allowed to contribute to whatever enhances the growth and development, the healing process, and administration of justice in our country. We took into consideration that this court, when finally established, as we desire it now, right now, it will require international backing. And we were clear. If you look at count two, yes. We said that this court will be known as the UN-backed Special War Crimes Court for Liberia, so that it can be like a hybrid court. We can domesticate, we can use our domestic laws and as well as international laws that we have signed onto. Once the legislature has ratified international laws, on international humanitarian laws, on war crimes and what have you, we can use it to prosecute people in this court. And while we're doing that, the president, by this resolution, has now been authorized by the legislature in a joint resolution to do what? Now engage with the UN, with the EU, with the United States government, and all our other international partners on all of these possibilities. Now the president can say he get money again. We finish giving him authority to go over it. The president can say we get international backing. We have given him the authority to go get UN backing because the foreign affairs, the foreign relations and foreign activities of the country, they are run by the executive, the president. The president will do all of those arrangements, and where it will require our domestication or whatever treaty or laws. That's what they call ratification. Then we'll ratify it so that it can be in harmony with our domestic laws that will prosecute these people.
Okay. So in count 5, I like the part where you said where it says the president will report to the legislature as to the progress made on the establishment of the 2 courts.
Right.
My specific question is, there is no time allocated. So why is it that we don't have a time frame on how soon that's going to be done? Or is there a light? Why I want to hear about what are we looking for time wise in this process?
Time wise, we're going by the TLC Act. It says the president shall report quarterly, every quarter, as to progress made on the implementation or whether there's challenges. If President Bwaga does not report to us in the quarter, the legislature with our signature will be at the president's, so to say, not literally, but will be at the president's throat. The president is now on. We have now activated the TLC Act, where it mandates the president to report quarterly to the legislature. Whether that president was George Weah yesterday who failed to do so, it is not Joseph Bwaga. He dare not fail to do so because he will be there. That's why there's another rule for oversight.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ava.
Thank you. Senator, I want to say
Yes,
thank
sir.
you to the Senate and thanks to the Pro Tem for her leadership in achieving this signed resolution, indicating the Senate's overwhelming commitment to establish a War Economic Crimes Court. And many of us who have been advocates for a War Economic Crime Code, are very excited about this. And we hope it really is historic. With a joint resolution and everything going forward, that we can actually have a War Economic Crimes Code. But before I touch on that War Economic Crimes Code question, I had another question. Since you talked about impunity, some people are questioning the Senate in terms of whether they're acting with impunity, because supposedly the Secretary of the Senate, Nambola Singbe, I believe, is there a situation where he has criminal charges and is being prevented from going forward, and that's why nothing has moved on it? Or is it that there's something else going on, that he's being falsely accused or something? Do you have an understanding of that case, and can you share information with us on the status?
So I have information from the administrative standpoint of that matter, not the nitty-gritty of the case. I know that there is an indictment on the Secretary of the Senate. It is he's benefiting from what the law says, presumption of innocence until proven guilty. My view initially was he be suspended while he's on ongoing trial. Majority saw it otherwise. To suspend him would mean, in their view, then that we have already adjudged him guilty before the court who have decided. And the argument was that even the Supreme Court said Samuka will remain on the ballot even though the lower court had convicted him. The Supreme Court said once he had taken appeal, it means the final judgment in that matter was not determined. And so to remove him from the ballot will be in violation of the presumption of his right. I mean, that presumption of innocence until proven guilty. What if you remove him from the ballot and later on he's found not guilty? It means you have deprived him of a right that he wanted to exercise before. So the Senate is guided by that. One time my security officer was engaged, my personal security guard was engaged into something. While the matter was ongoing, I suspended him for administrative leave for him to go clear his name. But when you are with a body of people who in majority decide something, and in their wisdom, the law should be respected as well. It is why it is. Yes, so I know that the Senate Secretary is under some indictment. He is challenging that case. He's putting off strong defenses with his lawyers as far as he believes that he's innocent and the other party is not telling the truth. So short of the long, they did a court rules and same way is guilty. Trust me, you will hear from us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fair. So Darius, allow me to call you Darius in the case, right?
Oh, please, yeah, please, I'm go ahead.
So he will call you Darius, but when I call you, then you say I'm a post senator.
No, when you say Dylan, say Dylan. When you say Darius, let's go. Oh, just say open, no problem.
I mean, all the things are not equal.
Don't mind.
So, okay, so you have been a centerpiece of this whole diaspora situation over time. And you have known to fluctuate, come on one side, come on the other side. Given where we are today with this new government, and I believe there's currently probably 2 offices for the diaspora, which probably shows the importance of the diaspora. Where are you in terms of proactive engagement from this government to the diaspora, supporting something like a diaspora investment development funds where Liberians in the diaspora, and probably with some Liberians on the ground, want to get into some of those spaces that we currently have, foreign people in, but want to get that opportunity, whether it's concessions, whether it's a Liberalization Act, just trying to get us to own our economy and be a vital part of it. Where are you in terms of that. And in addition to that, we have a significant number of young Liberians, professionals in the US that could contribute to nation building. Is there a way to do a brain gain program where some of them can be given the opportunity, whether they come to be an understudy in the Senate or whether they're working in the Justice Ministry for somebody who's a lawyer? Could a program like that be set up where the diaspora young people can really start to be attracted to Liberia?
So before I respond to that, I want to also inform that we will be pushing everything possible for this court to be established in Liberia for plenty of reasons, security reasons, economic reasons, and everything. Sometimes some people need to be seen going to the court right before the eyes of people right in this country, so you can serve as a deterrent. And if they will build, a court, a building. Let's build it here. After everything about the war comes, we can use that building for museum or something else. But it must be and remain in Liberia. It will employ a mix of foreign judges and local judges for that court. If the foreign judges come here, if the court is here and they're here for a year, they will rent or lease property here. The money will be here. There's economic gains along with it. So we'll do everything to ensure that that court is based in Liberia. Where serious security issue may arise about the prosecution of one or two, 3 persons, like Charles Taylor, because of security concerns, were not tried in Sierra Leone, even though they only moved the trial to The Hague. But everything about the trial was about Sierra Leone, right? Yeah, so The Hague only host the trial. So that's something like that we want to do. I just wanted to inform about that so that people understand that we are serious about this thing. I will try. I'm a member of the rescue mission, and I don't like to keep repeating it as if to say I'm not sure about that. I'm careful not to speak for the executive or run ahead of the presidency. But I know for a fact that the Joseph Boakai administration is doing something about the Office for Diaspora. For diaspora engagement, and not only engagement, but participation. It's about time we move past when there's election, we come on Spoon and other network and raise money from Liberians in diaspora. And when it's time for governance, for us to fix this place, to discipline ourselves, to grow our economy, to allow people to contribute to the governance and progress of the state, then diaspora Liberians should have limitations. At this point in time, I think it's about time for us to develop some concept around there. And I can say to you, we are going in depth, that the Boakai administration, even as I speak tonight, is contemplating and taking some action in that regard to open a diaspora desk or office and to appoint. It will be like a whole bureau, the Bureau of Diaspora Affairs, to incorporate Liberians from the diaspora so that they can help us work this thing. I know that for a fact. I'm not going to go in depth, but as a face of the rescue mission and of this administration, I can say that much.
Thank you very much, Senator.
So just quickly in terms of the funding.
Which funding?
The funding you just gave on the president and the authority in the resolution, basically to go out and get the funding, right? So in terms of estimating what this will, we have seen numbers up to 250, 300 million.
You mean for the court?
What is the scenario for you? Huh?
You mean for the court? So the Office of War Crime, through the issuance of an executive order, as mandated by this resolution, the Office of War Crime, which would not be the court itself, the Office of War Crime will work out the modality and tell us these details.
Wonderful. I like that.
Thank you very much, Senator Dale. Thank you. Our Hussein Fatika and Mr. Dualu.
Senator, long time. I come and visit you the week, just so you know.
Check out tomorrow.
Senator
I know
DeLong.
you like it.
Fadiga, can I make a quick correction? Senator DeLong. Well, again, we appreciate you though, but we're not trying to hold you. So you know the deal. Okay? We just want to ask the question. But it not really not what I wanted to say. What are you guys giving Fadiga job? That's what I wanted to say.
I'm not talking here. Easy, you go. I a question. You go. Fadiga can see me tomorrow. Let's talk about that thing.
So,
the boy he do ho with drama. He was sleeping somewhere. I know.
Yeah, oh, something too bad. So back in 2000, in June of 2000, the late former president of Sierra Leone, Ahmed Tijan Kaba, he wrote the already deceased Secretary General of the United Nations, then Kofi Annan, asking for international community to try those responsible for crimes during the Sierra Leone conflict. 2 months later, by August of that year, a resolution was adopted. I think 1315 was adopted, requesting the Secretary General to start the negotiation for war crimes in a span of 2 months. You guys have given President Boyka the mandate to go there. Is this war crime code going to be by a United Nations, backed by a United Nations resolution? I'm assuming so, because we're talking about funding, we're talking about something. If so, what are the time frame? I want you to provide insight into the time frame for establishing these codes and expected milestone. I know you said that the person will speak to you quarterly, but what I do not know, and I just want to, I may be a little naive in this, how long is that quarter? Can you break that down? Because somebody out there want to know. I myself, I want to know. I won't even put it out there. How long is the quarter? So that I can give her an insight. Because a lot of people are impatient. This is long overdue.
Yeah. So I can understand it's long overdue. I want to code tonight. I wanted to start to operate tomorrow. But we should understand that these things don't just happen. You got to put a lot of thoughts into it, resources, and all that stuff. But the court is being proposed to be the UN-backed Special War Crimes Court for Liberia. The UN-backed Special War Crimes Court for Liberia. It is found in count 2 of the resolution. If you look at count 2 of the resolution, we have made it clear that the timely establishment of an extraordinary criminal court for Liberia to be known as UN-backed Special War Crimes Court for Liberia, to be called short or acronym SWACO, to prosecute those who bear greater responsibility. And yes, of course, once it is a UN-backed court, it means the UN Security Council will have issued a resolution. And once the Security Council issues a resolution, it will have the full backing of the UN body with funding and security protection and what have you. That is why the Office of War Crime to be established by the President under the Ministry of Justice as contained in count 3 under our domestic jurisdiction for fast-tracking trial of those who will be investigated and all of that stuff. So this Office of War Crime, not count 3, sorry, is count 6. Count 6. The Office of War Crime under the Ministry of Justice will be appointed to do what? That person will be duly qualified, or people in that office will be duly certified by the International Criminal Court in The Hague, the Netherlands, or the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights, or any other international court or tribunal with the relevant experience. And this office will gather data, information for funding, the kind of judges that will be required, the location where the court will be built, and we insisting that it should be built in Liberia, and all of that stuff. So yes, all of these things are informed in this resolution.
Another thing, which brings me to my second question. My second question is in twofold. I know the resolution said, so what I want to know is what measures are in place to ensure, because when you look at our judiciary system, it's not a problem. It's a serious, I don't want to say mess, but we're struggling with our judiciary system. For bringing something like war or in economic crimes in Liberia, we also be scratching our head whether people will really get justice. So I want to know what measures are in place to ensure the independence and effectiveness within the Office of War Crime that is going to be within the Justice Ministry as outlined in the resolution. And the second part of this is what mechanism will be put in place to ensure that the protection of witnesses, victims, and family through all the process.
And all of these things will be informed by the Office of War Crime. All of them. But you see, the thing we must address, which is, I think, the core of your question is, there's so much disbelief, lack of trust. That one, when people say they war crime court, they even want Liberian judges on it, as if to say no honest Liberian on ice at all. In fact, Liberians have decided, including Liberians in the diaspora with high intellect and good education, that no Liberian in Liberia is decent enough, honest enough to hold public trust. You can come in public service in this country with all your character intact. At the time you sit down in the office, the next day, somebody will brand you already. The general aspiration that everybody is dishonest, everybody is a rogue, everybody is crook, everybody is corrupt already. All that thing Dwalu can be speaking a fan Basel series, or a BB Berry he get Dwalu traveling on his own, he playing with lion then or in somewhere Africa. Let him just make him one city mayor or deputy minister.
Following you.
Living in the middle of the sea.
Yeah, in the middle of the sea, or let him just make him one deputy minister or minister here. And then he do that same thing that you are doing in private life. They will say that government money he using. Avatoba one no. Glenny that no. Let Glenny can be one Georgia general. But in fact, the father will say all the judges corrupt. All of them the same. And you can do it a lot here, even on the show. Almost all of the time. So the reason for this disbelief is because our value system as a country got taken away, got robbed from us as a result of this very war that we're talking about, that want to prosecute people that bear greater responsibility. Our value system was robbed of us. The moral fabric of our society is gone. Nobody believes anybody again in public service. I was just at the last time Senior Framer of MPC was on this show. And I think inadvertently or subconsciously, he sat like this and his watch was showing. I think somebody talked about his watch and then he went on talking about that his watch is $3,000 to $4,000. Senior Framer can afford to pay for that watch. He's in the private sector. That same watch put it on Senior Framer hand and made Minister of Commerce. After 2 days, they will say that government money bought that watch. The disbelief in this country is only because people don't get punished for bad behavior. We don't separate the sheep from the goat. So people have concluded that nothing will happen to people who do bad. Everybody is bad. And we are so used to doing the wrong thing and doing it the wrong way. We're so used to doing things the wrong way in our country and doing wrong things, so much so that anybody or group of people who won't try to do the right thing, in fact, you can look abnormal. Because doing the wrong thing, the wrong way in this country has been normalized and accepted. What kind of country? Hussein Fadika, what kind of country, Dwalu, all of us here, where even if you buy, and you say, hey, go buy, won't change, the country can get vexed. The country can, we realize that. Why now? The country can be asking you why you want change now. If you buy, you say, I want to be good. The country can get fair. Because you know what? Misery loves company. People who are miserable, people who are bad with bad character, always want to see that somebody else is bad with bad character so they can have that same company. So the country can be looking for anything to bring everybody down so that everybody can appear or be the same. So that nobody can have the voice, nobody can have the standing, nobody can have the rectitude to say what we're doing here is wrong. Where no more moral voice in the country. Nobody. So the people who are even honest are afraid of public service. The people who have the passion, have the courage, have the wherewithal, have it in them to even change things. But they kind of public scrutiny we can do in the name of politics to make sure everybody the same, so nothing can change. They said in the back. When people said imagine people say after Puaka, who will be there? Whole country say only one person can govern. After Ellie, we see nobody. Whole country of people, women, and bro. After John, we are who will get to put us there? Whole country. The thing simple, my people. Until we punish bad behavior, disbelief, and lack of public trust in anything public, we always thrive high. When we punish bad behavior, and you see Darius Dillon, a sitting senator being punished for doing bad and put in a jumpsuit and doing community service. When you see a former president or a former minister or a former anybody or current anybody being punished for bad behavior done, people will know that the sheep from the goat. In this country, right now, no incentive for goat to won't be sheep because the way the goat see people treating the sheep, the goat can say, why they use a changing the sheep because they will treat me the same way.
Well, Senator, in whom I'm well pleased, Senator DeLong, you've spoken tonight very well.
You hear the Bassa people talking?
Listen, it is even more reason for us to fight to change this system. Well, Senator DeLong, you did say something when I was away about the preeminence of the Economic Crimes Court. And I'm not one person that never ever clapped for the Senate, but this one I will salute them heavily because it's so important. And the Diaspora Office, Senator, if you guys are given the opportunity to put in time, make sure you push for investment portion of that office. It shouldn't be some office that you say, oh, we connect with the diaspora. No, we want to get involved actively. But Senator, I want to ask you my first question. And we got to go on the tempo because you've been thinking too bad. Was your father a police director or police commander in Vicana around that?
Yeah, Reverend Dillon. Reverend Dillon was chief of operation.
He told Masawa testing without asset recovery warrant. I don't know if you're the real person to answer for Masawa testing. Someone been asked how they do my right on the bureau.
You see, you're violating the traffic law.
But
my grandfather, David Dillon, was a judge.
Okay.
My father was a policeman, and then he rose to the rank of Deputy Marshal of the Supreme Court of Liberia. My mother, too, was a police woman.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
But Senator Dillon, let me ask you this. Everything you explained, there's not one thing I disagree with here. And the reasons, but I want to go back to one thing you did say towards the end about good people so afraid to come to the system. And what that does is it kind of diminishes the output to our society, meaning the kind of services that we provide to these people. And I just want you to speak a little bit more, not too long. What does that do to our society? Now, I'm not suggesting that those who are in government are not the best and brightest minds, but if we're keeping people outside, that could be 10 times better than some people that are inside. What does that do to our society?
It just diminishes the value of the society. It kills the growth. It discourages our total involvement. And it's just like we're quick to call for female participation into national politics and national governance. Then we, the male, are the very first group of people to denigrate them, drag them down, smear them, and then we say we want female participation. Most of the time you see women in Liberia are shy to show face in national governance. It's because they are what they bully, they are what they slander, they are what they disrespect and insults. If it is on the issue you disagree with a female in politics, understandable. But you smearing them, you backstabbing them, you undermining them, then you sign paper say you want women participation. Something must be wrong. The same way we say we want to change society, but look, we're on the show. Let's vote if there's corruption in Liberia. I'm sure that vote will win overwhelmingly. We're on the show. Let's start going for the people accused to be corrupt. We're on the show. Family will defend family. Friend will defend friend. That is the problem that we have here, Dwalo. That is the problem that we have here. How we can do it is for us to punish bad behavior. Punish bad behavior and encourage more good people. And punish bad behavior and deter people from being bad or wanting to do bad. Punish bad behavior so it can serve as incentive. And then reward good character and good behavior so it can serve as incentive for people to want to be good. You see what Senator Lawrence has done in the Senate? The first quarter before we went for break, she announced that the Senate Committee on Security, chaired by Senator Momo Cyrus, that committee worked so hard, especially with the army women issue and all the other security issue on the early days of this government. The committee worked so hard, and for the first time, the pro tem, when we're going on break, Senator Lawrence recognized that committee, and the committee will be certificated soon, and with some cash reward to the committee. Not that they're taking pay, but she's trying to motivate other committees to see that when you work hard and you deliver, this is what can happen. You can be recognized, you can be motivated, you can be encouraged to even do more.
My final question, Senator Dillon. Yeah. There is a culture in Liberia. Let's focus on the culture a little bit, where if I steal heavily and I give people small thing, there is a class of people who are being heavily disadvantaged. We start supporting me. You're leading board man. I don't want to see. You're leading board man. I want you to speak to those people, what they are doing to themselves. Can you give them a few words, please? Thank you.
Yeah, unless we in authority or any group of people in authority punish the people who are stealing from the people who backing the people that are stealing, the people who backing the people that are stealing will always back them. Because the people who backing the people that are stealing from the people don't know that the people are stealing from them. You've been in an abusive relationship for so long, but in an abusive relationship, either the woman or the man providing everything almost everything that can make you look like you're happy outside there. But inwardly you're not happy, inwardly you're not happy. But you think you are stuck. Until something happens, either the person dies or something causes you to find a new life, then your eye open right away. It's just like the veil or the scale drop from your eye, and then you start to see. The only way it can happen in this country, keep the ordinary people of $1,000, which they are entitled to, and get $100. They can press you. They know that $900 of their money in your pocket. The man you cheated, the man who was entitled to $1,000, when you gain $100, because he know he can praise you and tell everybody that you good, you gain $100. Then when his child sick or his child out of school, then you pass it around, you gain $50. Hey, you can say the man gave me $100 last time. Then my child will say he can't give me $50. Not in that balance, $850 in that man's pocket for you, but you know, but you're praising him. Then when they come for that man in the community, say the man are wrong. The way you will fight for that man there, because all you know, the man too good. But you don't know the man is robbing from you. So the way to change it, punish bad behavior, encourage good behavior, motivate people, and in public service, the reason for lack of public trust is because no B-man can get punished, especially easily in the country. No B-man can get punished easily in this country. I want to see the first big man among us, probably including myself, who President Bwaka will have the spine to take action on. So you can send the message that President Boakai can do it to Dara day long. Me, I got to take that. If President Boakai can do it to the other person, me, I got to take that. Until then, if you're the big man, you're sending your honor man to go for revenue and 100,000, and you tell him to take 5,000. You know what you're telling that man? And you're telling him that transaction there, something wrong with it. Because if the transaction is correct, straightforward, and for government, you will not tell anybody to take small there for themselves and bring the rest to you. Now, the next time if that person start enjoying that thing, then dishonesty enter them too, they will carry that whole 100,000 the next time. You now, you can't report it because they just steal for stealing and make God laugh. Punish bad behavior, reward good behavior, it will motivate our people to change.
Senator DeLong, thank you very much. We got about 13 minutes with you. It's been a wonderful show, but it's too quiet for me. That's not me. You know, that's not me. What you guys, why? So you said that Senator Lawrence would be rewarding the committee cash reward. Can you talk to us more on that?
Okay. You finding drama,
I knew you were going to come back to that.
You are looking for something, you're not getting something. Also, the president pro tempore decided that she would certificate the committee, the security committee, for what she believes, and the Senate agrees that the committee did a good job in our first quarter. And she said, in her view, she thinks she will add some small incentive, financial incentive through the budget. And there's no big deal about that.
Talking about what do you mean through the budget? Can you need to explain both, please? She going to do something for you guys? How much?
No, not for the committee, of course, yes.
Just the committee.
You see, water is $10. Water is nothing at all. The certificate to recognize the committee you did well. You are the committee of the quarter. And so from a budget, I'm allocating $1. You go.
So where would that money come from?
Anywhere.
So the president pro tempore has budget, and the Senate has budget as well, operation and miscellaneous and other stuff.
Oh, they can move some.
We can afford to do that.
Okay.
We can afford
I have a question.
The one you're looking for, you find it. Find the room.
Can I finish with my question, please?
Yeah, find the room.
Senator, let's talk about Councillor Cannon. You make mention briefly on a serious note that you guys would not carry on the confirmation hearing because of the tenure position. Can you help us? I think you were referring to Councillor Cannon at the appointment at Mascot, correct?
So the thing is, I was clear that tenure law is law. If we don't like tenure, let's move it. If we take people from tenure position, let's take the people who violated the tenure law. Even the power says we can't allow the just to suffer for the unjust. And more beside this matter before the court. This new administration doesn't seem to be okay with tenure, especially for certain areas. If the administration is not okay to the point where the legal advisor to the president will make a public declaration that cabinet have mandated the president to cancel all tenure and there will be no more tenure being there, and they start appointing people there, that means that press conference does not cancel tenure. What repeals tenure is the legislative action. Some of us are pushing that since the administration ain't let tenure be there, they vex with people in tenure job, or they seem uncomfortable with people in tenure job, It is not okay to take people from tenure job that you like that they in and put people in tenure job. Remove the tenure, then you put them there so they can serve at pleasure of the president. So our position is anybody who the president nominates for tenure, especially after the court speaks, we will put hold on to their confirmation until we remove tenure. We will not take people for tenure job and put people in tenure job. Then new president can they got negotiate and go through all the headache to move them to. No. Some people think it's okay to move people from tenure job. Remove the tenure, let everybody serve at pleasure of the president. Keep tenure to integrity areas that are very, very meaningful for the country.
I strongly agree with you. It will be a waste of our time, your time, the working people time to just repeat this thing.
Right.
Knowing very well the next president will have to run through this thing. So I mean, a lot of people appreciating the fact that the senators going to do this. Let's talk about this letter, and then we'll bring in Sis Glennie. This letter from Madam Yeke, I think, from Glasgow. So, Senator, was she on tenure position?
Yes. So my understanding is that the president dismissed her and using gross insubordination as cause for dismissal. Gross insubordination, which is a little vague, was used as ground for cause to remove her from tenure job. But there are tenure issues before the court. And on general principle, the court said, put halt to this thing about tenure. Stay off further proceeding. Even if it is in a specific case, it should generally apply to anything about tenure. But in this particular case, the president dismissed this person using gross insubordination for cause. Even if it holds, the person the president wants us to put there will be going in tenure position too. I don't want tenure. So let the person wait here until we move tenure. You get a point?
Yeah, I agree with you, Senator. 100%. I do. I agree with you. But it's kind of confusing. I'm receiving information that Madam Yeke wasn't on a tenure position.
At NASCAR?
Yes, sir.
If she's not on tenure position and the president dismisses her for gross insubordination, the president is right. So who's saying she's not on tenure?
And that's the reason why I'm raising this thing, because the only tenure position there at for now is the director pro, who is how you call him, Duarte? I think that's his name. Yeah. So my thing is, I'm kind of confused whether she's suing her lawyer Arthur Johnson because of the dismissal, or whether it was based that she was on tenure and she had time left.
Very well. So what did the court document say that you put up?
So thank you. Dualu usually read this thing from his double glasses. Dualu, can you help us?
It said this is a petition for declaratory judgment.
Yes.
It's within the sixth judicial circle. So she's asking the court for declaratory judgment.
So she didn't go to
declare her rights.
Yeah, she didn't go to the Supreme Court.
Okay, so before the sixth judicial court, right? So she's asking the court to declare her rights. What are her rights that she's asking the court to declare on her job? We need to understand, especially so that the matter is in court. It is not a wise thing for the elders in the Senate to proceed.
Correct. Correct. I agree with you. I just thought of bringing up for Senator DeLong. We would not be fair if we do not hear from you.
She is on tenure. I was just informed that she's on tenure.
Thank you for the correction, because we're getting misinformation. Thank you, Fadiga. Senator DeLong, Liberians want to hear from you. I was watching a couple of our clips, during the election time. One of the representatives within your county, in the person of Representative Yeke Kolba, had an outburst. He insulted the First Lady. He insulted folks here on Spawn Talk, including our sister Glennie. the president. I want to give you the chance. Use this time. Can you please address what you think going on? Your own understanding as to the insult.
So I did not want to respond to the Yeke issue, not in fear of Yeke, but I have some guilt. We groomed Yeke. And sometimes, who are we now to say Yeke wrong? Yeke insulted George Weah. He dragged George Weah's wife. We raised his hand. Liberians in the diaspora bought their plane ticket purposely to come register in District number 10 to vote for Yeke because of that. Because it was about Weah at the time. Today it's Baka, unfortunately. So what Yeke has succeeded doing is only to flip the cheering squad. So citizens who were crying yesterday are clapping for Yeke now. And UP Rescue Mission people who were clapping for Yeke yesterday are angry at him today. Yeke only flipped his cheering squad. He stayed in that same place. Yeke is being Yeke. You're leaving alone. Yeke is being Yeke. If you put Yeke in a room 1 hour for discussion on the critical issues where nobody is required to disrupt, you probably will not know he's in the room unless somebody cough. Then you can say, who tell you to cough? Then the whole room juggling and everybody know Yeke there. That's Yeke. But sometimes we got to be true to ourselves. Who groomed Yeke? Who made Yeke think what he was doing was okay? We did. We did. Was it okay? No. Did we do something about it? No. I can only hope that Yeke will reflect that it's not about him. It's about even the people who are around him too. Some of the young fellows who are around him, who have been in power because of him, through him. Today, their opportunity probably is dashed. Some of them have to leave to fend for themselves. Again, Yeke is being Yeke. Yeke has only seen a flip in his fan base. Citizens are not happy. UP Alliance unhappy. Yesterday, it was UP and all of us Alliance happy. Citizens were crying in Yeke's hands. The fact that we did not want Yeke yesterday, we endorsed him yesterday, it makes it difficult for us to criticize Yeke today. The only thing I can say as a big brother to Yeke and as an elderly person is for Yeke himself to reflect. Citizens in the House of Representatives complained Yeke in the House of Representatives for abusing President Weah. We stood up at Yeke and said the House was intolerant of free speech. In less than 3 months, under the rescue government, Yeke complaint is before the House of Representatives and he's a subject of investigation for doing it to Joseph Boaga. Citizens are saying this government is intolerant of free speech. It's like a vicious cycle. It has to end at a certain point in time. Who can talk to Yeke? I don't think if I want to talk to Yeke, criticizing Yeke will not be my place. Not because I'm afraid of Yeke. Yeke is supposed to know me. Not because I'm afraid of Yeke, But because when Yaga did his thing yesterday, we used to go to him, to go sit down with him, take picture with him, put it on social media to show how strong Yaga was. Now the coin has flipped. Let's pray for Yaga as we pray for our country. Yaga needs prayers, like all of us do. Hope one day he can reflect. Hope one day he can sit and listen to his wife. Hope one day his children can say, Daddy, you're okay. We know you're fighting for us, but you're using some of the wrong means. Since some of us did not have, some of us did not tell him yesterday, we might have lost the moral standing to tell him today. Hope some child somewhere can talk to him. But it's not right. It's not good at all.
Senator, thank you very much. Glenn, you're going to ask the last question. We'll make the last statement for us to depart from you. Senator, I really appreciate your closing on this Yaket issue. It was my position, and I hope we can move on as we pray for our dear brother Yaket. Glenn?
Senator Dylan, I want to ask, yesterday I watched a little bit of the superintendent for Grand Judicial County hearing. And there was one question that you specifically asked him about whether he had been expelled from any university. And you ask him 2 or 3 times. We have information that he has been expelled. I want to ask you, if in the end, and he said no, and if you have that information that is a proof that he lied on an oath at his Senate hearing, what do we expect from your committee?
Well, I would make the case to Zoli him.
Okay. Thank you.
And you know what I mean, right?
Yes. Thank you.
So, folks, we want to appreciate Senator DeLong. I know we will always have Senator DeLong. It's a unique thing. Whenever he comes in the room, we laugh, we joke, we ask a tough question. Senator, we really appreciate you and continue to fight the good fight. Listen, it will not be easy. All right. When you were speaking, everybody that planned to call decided to give you the chance to speak, as if to say you were speaking on their behalf. Senator Snow, Fallow McGill, Senator from and every one of them thought it was wise that you presented well. Actually, I've been back and forth with them. I want to say thank you very much for showing up, Senator.
Thank you, Stanton, and thank you to all of you.
Can I just say something quick, Stanton? I beg you, hold your foot.
No, don't hold my foot, sir. Go ahead.
Baza, you, but see, dominating. You know, we are the second largest tribe. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
You've not only my respect for you has quadrupled. I always knew you're not an ordinary individual.
That was I've been telling you, can't let be behind it, you don't mean you've been dragging behind. I've been telling you, I was saying, yeah. Now you're talking.
So you small picky like you, that you able to tell me the player Jared tell him I said, come from you can pass there.
Okay, you're sorry, go ahead.
If you don't know Mr. Johnson, you would take him for just what he said.
So Darius, Taylor,
yes,
the ADD, one of my favorite people on the planet. We don't agree on politics and what have you. But the context and the way that you spoke on this issue of Yeke tells me that you're miles apart from the ordinary politician in Liberia. And my seditious people, they would disagree. They would be texting me. They would be angry. But you're not a perfect individual. But the way that you put this thing in context, my brother, this is for the history books. Because when I stood here yesterday and I said, you created the monster, the Unity Party, it was the Frankenstein that created this monster called Yeke. And you all must take full responsibility. The other person I admired on this thing was Stanton. He said, my brother, sorry, I sent Yeke money and other people. So look, Yeket should be dealt with, right? And I know that maybe the Unity Party may not have the moral compass to do it, but the state must take that responsibility. And hopefully, I pray that the executive branch of government and others within the state apparatus can do something about him. Two choices he has. We can, because obviously I'm not a, Dr. Richardson, obviously I'm not a psychologist, but there's some mental issue is involved, right? The second thing is there's an issue with the disconnect from the body politics. And I think the first thing you all should do, if it's possible, is to send a team of people to Yeke to talk to him. And if that fails, then you must implore the nuclear option to expel him from the House of Representatives. And that would send a very strong message for future generations that this kind of bad behavior cannot be tolerated. But Dylan, I love you. And if my back was strong enough, without all my arthritis and the rheumatism, I would put you on my back. But God bless you.
No, it's not that. You get a young woman. That's the main sickness.
I don't fall on my back.
SPG, have you ever in Lefty?
Huh?
But you
ways.
The left sea is fully cured. Fully cured.
How about you, yeah?
The left sea is fully cured. By modern medicine and God, the left sea is cured. But
thank you.
Seriously, guys, that's Dylan.
Okay, let me go on the show and make this statement. I'll come back to you. Yeah, I will come back.
Hey, you interrupted our show, man.
No. I want to jump into the conversation. I have a point to make. Yeah, I have a point to make. Senator,
who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
You're talking to somebody else.
I'm talking to the young lady's grandmother. I'm talking to the young lady's grandmother. Okay.
Who young lady that?
The young lady who was, you see, we only looking at one side of the Yeke thing. Like I said, Yeke can talk nonsense, but the point he was in terms of the young lady, protecting the young lady was important. And we can't dismiss that somebody, and the grandmother is telling me now that the young lady is 14 years old. Her grandmother lives in Edgewood, Maryland. Her name is Bonnie Kriku. And I think her husband was the former Solicitor General. Okay? And she says she knows Stanton. They grew up in Nukuta. She grew up in Nukuta. But anyway, her story is the granddaughter went to the ATM. And that's where she went. She met Yeke. She's only 14 years of age. Very smart. Is graduating from high school this year. And it just happened that Yeke was at that place. She didn't know Yeke from anywhere before. And she's very upset. She said she can't sleep because the press did not investigate. They didn't find anything out about the little girl. Just put her picture out there. And now at school, she's being bullied by friends. They're ridiculing her.
But how did she get in the car, Ava?
Eh?
The senator got to leave, folks. The senator got to leave.
No, that's too many questions, man.
No, wait, guys, wait. The senator have to leave. Ava,
I want the senator just address this part. Let him address the issue of a minor being involved in this situation, the publishing of her information. Is there anything he can say about that? And especially the impact it's having on her.
My daughter is 1 year, or should be 1 year, or the same age of that girl, of that baby, of that girl. So it's like my daughter. If it were not Yeke, or probably in the name of politics, people were going to pass and get time for who that girl was. That's in getting her uniform or talking to her. But it was all in the name of politics. Whoever did it thought they were doing it to Yeke, but they victimized the little girl. They stigmatized her. In my view, it's a trauma. It's a trauma.
Yeah.
For her. I know the mother who is a huge fan of mine, who I haven't met before, but huge fan of mine, especially on social media. And Lale baby age or Lale girl is the age of my daughter. And those of you who know me and my daughter business. So imagine that it is like happening to my daughter. Um, I hope that the girl will heal. Um, I don't want to talk much about it because even as more we talk about it, it is amplifying the situation on the girl more. You know, she's
Doing the
more
same thing.
affected. She's more affected and she's a victim in this thing in the name of politics. Again, SPJ, all of you, NTG Mama, all of you. I do not claim to be perfect. I do not seek sentiment when I speak or when I take action or when I appear before any national issue. We do so because we think it is the right thing to do. We got to keep trying. You don't succeed by sitting down. Sometimes you succeed by failing, waking up until you succeed. If you sit down and you think you will succeed, no way. And if you're afraid to fail, you can never succeed. Because if you don't attempt, you will not fail. And if you don't fail sometimes and get it right later, you will never succeed. We as a country, we have too much to do. Um, the young people need to look up to mentors. The country need voices. When those voices speak, the country know that something has happened and it must listen. Those days when Bishop Francis, Bishop Brown of the Episcopal Church,
Bishop Reeves,
Bishop Reeves, Afro Reeves, Bishop Kola, Sheikh Kakuma Kone, and you name them, Bishop Panton from the Pentecostal Church, when all men of God spoke, the country shook. Whether a dictator was in office or not, when all men of God spoke, the country shook. Teachers, Marco Francis, that was it, Bishop Francis. Teachers were seen as role models and disciplinarians to children. Neighbors could discipline the neighbor children. Today, no. All those values are gone from our society. And until they return, again, the Yeka situation is something that you either leave him alone or you act in such a way that it makes sense. The politics, people defending Yeka, people praising Yeka, won't help the situation. In effect, they're hating Yeka even more. We hate Yeka by praising him yesterday, by pampering him yesterday, but not telling him to his face yesterday that even if he was from a good place to do what he was doing, the way he was doing them was not right. We failed to do that. So we lost the moral standing to do it today. The people who were angry, pained the way he was doing it yesterday, they are rejoicing today. So it's a flip coin. And we can only hope that religious people who maybe Yeka can listen to, those of us who have lost the standing, we can clear ourselves from there. And somebody or a group of people who he can listen to can step in. As a national leader, look, I said I was stone president. We are convo. I was angry. I was sitting senator. I was campaigning. Everywhere I went, they were throwing rock on my rallies. At one point, they tear gassed me in the church and to a farm. And on a life-threatening situation, I said, next time they throw rock on my rally, we'll throw rock on the president convoy. Sometimes you're in a test spot and you just lose something with your mouth. But if it is not your character, it is not your nature, It is not your reputation. You come off it quickly, and you don't do it again. So sometimes even the intentions with which we do some things, it ends up bad. We got to stand up as a national leader. We can't keep doing what we're doing to the people and the
But
country.
Senator, quickly, in your office or from the Senate, can you guys take any action, or only the House can take action? Just for people to understand what's the opportunities here to reprimand
Only the
Yeke
House.
or do something. Only
Only the
House.
House concerned, because we cannot interfere into the chamber of the House, just like the House cannot interfere in the chamber of the Senate. Now, somebody could say that free speech. Free speech is not the thing that pleasant to your ear, but when you freely express, but you in your expression, you impugn on people's character. You got to claim responsibility. That's where comes the responsibility. Now, the challenge here is, just because you say foul words to the president has been decriminalized. You see, it has been decriminalized. So,
but we still got slander, defamation.
I have one quick question.
The House's own rule that call for your conduct as an honorable person in and out of the legislature could be something that they could review and look at. Now, if Yaga called George Weah yesterday, I know some people will not be too happy with me. Yaga caused, which is true, he caused President Weah yesterday. He went after Clark Weah. Maybe not with the same manner in which he has done President Bwaka in the last few days and Mother Bwaka. But he went after George Weah, his wife. When the House decided to bring him to order, we were issuing statements in support of Yaga and free speech. How dare we now say Iran? I mean, that the House is right to do it. So, in my view, I am personally conflicted. Morally, I'm personally conflicted with this matter. The only thing I can say is Yeke should understand that he's not Yeke. He's about the people. I put him in there.
Senator, I have one quick question. I know this will probably be the last question you have to leave, but we keep talking about the vulgarity and everything, Yeke insult. I think it's news. We have heard so much insult from Prophet Key and Tommy. I don't think insult means anything in our community anymore. Certain groups have embraced it. What I found concerning about that picture, those pictures that were shared on social media is, and nobody seems to care about is, whether this young lady was 14 years old, 17 or 16, what was he doing with a minor? Is that his child? My daughter is.
But Chief, let us know.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeke had a press conference. I listened to it from start to end twice.
Mm-hmm.
And Yeke made some alarming statement. He said that he can have sex with anybody that he wants, insinuating that whoever he wants to have sex with, he could have sex. We live in a country that young children are easily exploited. It is not his niece. I have not heard anybody say that's his niece, that's his cousin or something. This young girl, I try to bring another story, which is even more alarming. Why would you just see a young lady at an ATM, try to pour in your car, have a conversation? You can never mention anything in a press conference about his relationship to that young girl, if there is any, or what was he doing with a minor. In America, when you see a young baby that is not your child, you run far away from them.
So,
need to investigate this incident.
Who needs to do that investigation?
It could be gender ministry, it could be whatever ministry, some women group, but there is more. There could be more to this story, because if there was any relationship which there shouldn't have been, then it's a problem. This goes beyond his.
Thank you. Let give the senator the chance. We can have that back conversation because he has to leave. Please.
Right. I know, but I just say that's my observation.
Senator, can you wrap this up, please?
Thank you. Man tomorrow again. You going to meet a man.
Yeah, you're going to be the man, and the man will tell you where you're going.
But the world talking Timothy would never mention you again. That one said.
But Senator, on a very serious note, right? Like, very important. Why not Al-Hassan Eugene Fadika? Why are you wasting his time? He said you holding him up for the job placement. Why?
Even you just saying on me under a question. No, I gotta comment. Tomorrow I had a lot of work to do, including other functions to remove the body of the late Justice Namwe, and then take his body to the Capitol building, and then from there to the Temple of Justice. He's a former senator, and he died as the seated Associate Justice of the Republic of Liberia, and so we form part of those ceremonies tomorrow. So I need time to rest. But Stanton, your thanks for the invitation. Amula, let's keep it up. You are a great young man. You know I have a lot of respect for you. Your issues are always concerning. I take them very seriously. I have a duty to do due diligence and let you know that the issues you raise are genuine and we stand by them, or the issues you raise will form different credible information for which we don't agree with what you claim to have happened. There is an assistant minister for information as a nominee. There was an issue that was brought to me, and I'm handling that issue. You know about it, right?
Yeah.
So I take your issue seriously, but we owe you and the public some of these update and explanation so that when we act, you can understand why and how we acted. I want to thank you. The war issue of the War Crime Court has started. It's serious. Our signatures on this resolution won't go in vain. The culture of impunity in our country must begin to end. Like my colleague said today, today marks the sour beginning to a sweet ending for accountability in our country. It's about time now for us to start to hold people accountable. If you did something and you're 90 years old, you stay alive, you will go to court. So that if somebody is 20 years old today and think they can do something, and when they get old, will fall in sympathy with their old age, this can serve as deterrent. That no matter what you do, no matter how old you grow, once you stay alive, justice will meet you. Well, thank you. Kudos to Nyomdi Kanga Lawrence, the President Pro Tempore of the Liberian Senate, a great woman, a woman of great deed of courage and resilience to get a job done. Kudos. Good night.
You said goodbye to me?
SBJ. Name one your nigga.
Okay, I'm with you on my.
Mbo pasabu jaja.
And yo,
Senator, why you going? What was the senator surprised that you're signing it? Why she looking at you like that?
No, normally I like to make her laugh.
Oh, you're saying something.
So I say, Monserrato is signing this thing. And she was wearing her glasses to see me sign. You see that pen she's using? We call it a Walker Court pen. That one most of the senators, if not all of the senators.
Wow, it's historical though. I hope you'll keep that pen.
Yeah. We'll say we'll put it in the museum. It is the Walker Court pen. That pen was laughing as we were signing. And she got a way of getting job done and to get the consent. You see Senator Prince Moyi having the same pen? That her pen. All of us use that pen to sign, so we'll call it a walkout code pen. Yes, Senator Sir Joseph F. Signing with the same pen.
Real quick, how did she manage to convince?
And she said our chair signing with the same pen, and Maggie there looking and smiling.
Yeah, but she managed to convince every one of you but James Barney. And I missed that question.
Yes.
Why James Barney couldn't be convinced, Senator? What do you think?
So, as an elder in the house, you want to respect the confidence reposed in you by a colleague. Senator Barney is not anti, but Senator Barney abstained for reasons that only him should explain.
Okay.
The fact that he told me I'm not under obligation to divorce. I
Thank
think
you very
you
much.
should respect that, yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
You
It's
see
good
the
to
pen
have
with Amara Senator, Amara Corner, everybody got a pen. So we call it pen the
What was
welcome.
what followed my gate? Was he the security to Yombly on that day? Why you in all the picture on everybody's picture?
Diabetes.
No, I just asked. Thank you very much.
Why you my on drama with follow? Leave my man. Don't bring my man. Anytime I come here, I don't bring my follow with constitution. Remember, so I just the ministry.
Yeah.
Yombly, our MPP guy.
Oh.
Yombly Kanga Lawrence, as a leader of the Senate,
okay, but
Dylan
Don't mind you coming to that
as pro tem,
the woman I pro tem for Liberia.
as pro tem of the Senate, she's persuasive, she's influential,
she's convincing, seriously.
And she's very convincing.
Yeah.
Nobody will laugh you into signing something.
Yeah. We train hard.
She will smile you into signing something.
And she
will convince you. And you know what got us Senate United? We stand against, we stand on policy issues. We defend policy issues. We go at one another on policy issues. But the Senate is united. Nobody as pro tem has got yes vote for almost all of the nominees. Even from people who the public thought would have been quote-unquote arrogant opposition. She succeeded because Nyombli is very conservative. I've always said to people,
will you advise Nyombli to run for VP or president and leave her seat 2029?
Nyombli is conservative. I always told people, playing with people. If you are a leader, playing with them, involve them. If you play for them, there's a tendency for them to reject what you're bringing after you're planning for them. But if you play with them, you involve them, and their ideas, everything on the table, and you roll with it, you get everybody's hands on deck. And that is her strength.
No,
she will take any decision without consultation. And if your idea is right, she will take it. In the end, it would be that it is the pro tem. All these successes,
in peace, because you bring a question in our mind. Please go in peace. We beg you.
I'll
ask you a question. You know, Senator Yombly and myself have agreed not to say hi to each other till after Ramadan. Ramadan is done tomorrow. Then therefore we'll start talking. So, Senator, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. We want to say thanks to Senator Abraham Darrison on the great show. We appreciate each and every one of you for joining us. As always, again, this is the Spoon Talk. We laugh, we joke, we discuss serious issue. Like you saw today, it was kind of crazy from the start about Minister Gray. But you know, we had to push Senator DeLong because that's the committee he chaired. But he's the best person we can get an answer from. We talk about the war crime court. All those that promised that they will receive our court, I think they agreed that Senator DeLong was making, and he was on point. So they couldn't come and interrupt the interview. Yeah, we are again preparing for the more. We're going to be hosting Winfred Russell. He's running this Saturday. Don't forget, I got my T-shirt in the mail. We'll be here in open, how you call it? Call log, phone call center. We have a call center on Spoon Talk calling everyone in Minnesota to go and support Winfred Russell. That's exactly what we'll be doing tomorrow. We'll discuss a little bit of politics thereafter, but again, we hope and we pray folks in Minnesota go out and support it. I got my T-shirt. Apparently, I left it in the car. It came today, the Winfred Russell T-shirt. I have it. I want to say, folks, maybe I'm not going to announce it. Probably announce it tomorrow. I want to say, Dualu, thank you very much. As always, sis Glenny, you are on point. You're getting better, Glenny. Especially Fatima and Dr. Richardson, and but you're getting better. Keep, you be something this week about you. Something this week.
You better close the show and go to the place you're going.
You're getting real better, and we appreciate. Keep it like that. Don't be influenced by bad apples as a vibe. Please don't be influenced by the bad apples.
That's my relative.
Says Uncle Sam P. Jackson, thank you. Uncle Mame, were you convinced with the whole DeLon and the Ward Gray story? I think at some point we gave him the benefit of the doubt. We have document to prove that she approved those passports, but we can have those arguments later. But the rest of the story, yeah, I think DeLon was on point. He was sincere. And I think that it's not a duty of the business of DeLon to just, be DeLon to say, I apologize like he did before. I think they don't have control. I must say this. I do believe they don't have control, seriously speaking. He doesn't go and do the politics thing like he used to do. What say you, Ambula?
Yeah, I said the other time before going to the main issue you asked about. You see, in life, every time people should grow, people should upgrade. Even the cell phones we use, every year you see iPhone that, iPhone this, iPhone that. Every year they upgrade because they want to stay ahead of society. Other people just decide to just be 3310 for the rest of their life. DeLon, like all of us, like all of us try to upgrade. So if you see the progression from the time he entered the Senate to the time he was leaving to where he is today, you can see the progression, and I know him. I know DeLon, we interact personally on many issues. He makes intentional effort to upgrade.
Sure.
And that's why you see the result of that upgrade that he makes intentional effort to do. You see it manifest in the statements he made, the actions he takes. Nobody will be perfect. Yeah, some of the things we say here are not correct, make mistakes. So, I gave that to him, and let there be an example to other people. Make intentional effort to upgrade. Society is evolving. You cannot be in the same thing all the time. But on the DeWare Gray issue, here is the thing. I think the senator made a mistake, or he's not aware. It was an intentional spin by people to insert this container of passport into the DeWare Gray situation and use it to exonerate her. Because they know the passport issue, she has absolutely nothing to do with it, no wrongdoing, no major wrongdoing. So they want to use it to exonerate her. But we have not raised anything about container of passport. The issue we raise here is diplomatic passport in the foreign ministry. The supply chain of diplomatic passport in the foreign ministry has 3 key major officials: the president, the minister, and the minister of legal affairs. 3. Those are the 3 senior government officials who have authority in the supply chain of diplomatic passport before it gets to the passport director to print. There was scandal in the country for diplomatic passport. Those scandals led to the damaging of the country's reputation. The damaged reputation is affecting ordinary Liberians. The government announced that they will investigate. Up to now, there is no result from that investigation. This government campaign to investigate, bring to logical conclusion, and penalize those who were involved in that process. This government takes over, have not investigated. There is no report. But one of the 3 major actors, by law, by policy, by practice, the Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs, is being elevated in the absence of an investigation that exonerates her. So we're not saying the investigation you promised to have conducted, conduct this investigation, and if you find that a woman committed no crime, be cool. But we are convinced that she is one of the actors who were responsible because of what we have. Commission the investigation. The senator said they're investigating, but nobody have heard anything from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that this passport issue is being investigated. Why I stand to be corrected. What I know that they are investigating is the issue that has to do with the deployment of foreign staffs in foreign service. But nothing I know about passport being investigated. So why not hold this confirmation until you can investigate and find out whether this woman is involved or not? One of the persons who holding the passport is in U.S. custody. He is pleading guilty and promising to reveal names. And you can't wait for that? There is nothing personal. What we want to do with this direct grade and what are the other cases is the same thing about impunity. People cannot just walk their way into crimes or allegation of crimes. Conduct the investigation. If she has nothing to do, Pico. But we are convinced from what we know, the former passport director allegation against her. Other people have confided in her, and I'm working for foreign ministry. Other people have confided in her about her role she played. So investigate before you can confirm her. That is our point. That investigation has not been conducted. That investigation has not been announced. And then they bring in 40 fee continual passport. That is not our issue. They want to bring that passport 40 fee issue to use it to exonerate her. But the issue is her role or participation in the diplomatic passport issue, which is she is one of the 3 persons responsible to get it to where it gets in the person's hand. That is our issue. And the issue that has to do with rape and her role. Those are the 2 issues we have on her. Now continue her passport.
Okay, can I respond? Can I say
Yes,
something?
sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so, Mame, this righteous indignation that you always exhibit, I mean, I love that. And when I was your age, I also engaged in righteous indignation, Christian code, and what have you. The world is not about polar opposites, black and white. There are many gray areas. Okay. But clearly, the woman that you're talking about, you don't know her. And if you knew her, you will know that there will not be one scintilla of evidence against her in anything close to criminality. I know her very well. The woman worked in a very rotten system, a rotten carcass, that some passport may have slipped, but for her to have to be consciously involved in giving passports to transnational criminals for pay for play, that's not the dual grade I know. And I'm not putting my neck on the line for her, but I'm just saying based upon the fact that I have known her for decades. I know her family, I know her education, and I know her demeanor. You should meet dual grade one day.
I just want a report. I don't want to meet her. I just need a report.
But I'm saying, when you're young and hot-headed as you are, you want to change the world overnight with righteous indignation.
Yeah.
Righteous indignation. But I can tell you that the woman that you are talking about, with all the suspicion you have, I can assure you that at the close of any investigation, there would not be one scintilla of evidence against this woman that she knowingly participated in bastardizing Liberian diplomatic passports to give them to foreign transnational criminals. That will never happen. If that was going to happen, the United States government that did a thorough investigation and put sanction on the passport director, and I'm not going to call the other name because the person is in the Senate now. Those are the people whose feet were brought to burn on this issue. But Duel Gray is an innocent bystander. She's a legal luminary. And I can tell you, Mommy.
Okay, sir, let me ask you a question. Please allow us to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Jackson. Ajibama, I want to bring you on, but you're carrying the Senator Delon name. So if they can change it, then you please come on. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Jackson. I don't know her, right? And I wish her well. I think the president saw something in her and asked her to stay. Which actually would be the good thing if she's that good and better at her job. So I must say this to you. But you think she knowingly, with instruction from the president or the minister of proper, carry on her duty, and that duty led to a passport falling in the wrong hand?
Okay, so Senator Dillon, in his wisdom, it was very clear, and he tried to educate or remind my brother Abelon Mambe about the nature of the political economy, right? Where you can make a mistake by order, but I do not believe that she would deliberately sit with transnational criminals, to sit with them, with transnational criminals. And also remember, too, when people have been appointed as, I think,
well, I beg you, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam.
This is important. I want you to hear this. I beg you.
But you're not answering my question.
No, I will answer your question. The NSA is tasked with investigating honorary counsel, doing due diligence on them to determine whether they have criminal background, to get diplomatic passports. That is allowed. That's the procedure. So if the NSA on occasions, right, did not do their job and do upgrade forwarded these passports to them or these applications, and they came back that that one or two people were not, they don't have criminal background, and it was subsequently found out. I'm not saying it will be found out, but I said that is the only circumstance that I believe.
Thank you. You have answered my question now.
Somebody may have slipped through the crack.
Yeah, no, but thank you very much. And listen, I have not heard anything bad about this woman. The only thing she's been there for a long time. That's the only. If that's a crime, then somebody needs to correct me, right?
But Joe Barker been in government for a long time too.
But I'm not talking about Joe Barker. That Joe Barker appointed her. What I'm saying here, Uncle Sam, the issue remains that you just make some very valid point that probably, some of them slip. But if the NSA went through the investigation and gave her the approval and say yes, gave Uncle Sam a diplomatic passport as requested by the president or the foreign minister, and she did, and those recommendation came and approval came from NSA, then I don't know why folks are fighting hard. Can anyone tell us on this show, do you have anything, or is just a rumors that Madam Gray sold passport?
Stanton, I do not come on the show to just rely on street gossip to talk about professional people's character, their reputation, and their service to country. Right? I don't do that. Because I don't want anybody to do that to me.
Correct.
Good. So I don't just come talk about people like that. The former passport director, talk to him. It's the best evidence. It's the best evidence in this case. He will tell you more than I know. But his word is not carved in stone. The only thing that can establish guilt or innocence is an investigation. Why are these people refusing to investigate for over 4 years? Almost 4 years. Why? Even though they promised publicly that they will investigate, why are they refusing to investigate? When you investigate, you will establish the facts, and based on that, you make your decision. That's all we call for. What our investigation does for the country. What our investigation does for the country. And for ordinary Liberians, it restores confidence, it repairs the country's reputation, it repositions the country. And by that, it reduces the stress our people go through. It reduces the rejection our people go through. It reduces the prolonged stay online waiting for U.S. decision because they're being suspected. That's why we're calling for it, because we know it will help our people. It will relieve our people. That's why that investigation is important. The reason why they don't want to do the investigation should make it to ponder why they don't want to do it. And Uncle Sam, last 30 seconds. WAMPO was sanctioned in 2020. After 2020, there were diplomatic passports that were issued and leaked out, and people were arrested. After 2020. So it's not all about WAPO. I just wanted to make that correction.
Oh, Mommy, thank you. WAMPO always call on this show. He always welcome. When we're having a full conversation on the way, invite him. Again, there's something the president heard, something he believed to appoint Minister Gray. We're going to dig into it, but thanks for Dillon that he appeared on Spoon Talk tonight. That we have a wonderful show. I want to say thank you, Andrew Mama. Always, man. You stay in your studio and trying to make this
young
good.
and sweet. So young and sweet.
Andrew Mama, please put cotton in your ear. Uncle Sam is married, legally, happily married. Please put something in your ear. The only person that admire Uncle Sam on the show, that Glenny, he always told her that Uncle Sam married. So.
That's my Uncle Stanton.
Well,
have you ever seen a 70-year-old man handsome than me before in your life? A 70-year-old man, this handsome, this agile, and all this energy. You ever see that?
Good night. Glenny, we got all close together. No, yeah, you get talking about it.
Glenny, you never seen 70-year-old handsome man.
That's true.
Look at the muscle.
Look at the muscle.
So fat.
Look at the muscle.
So fat.
Yeah, good night. Bye.
Love you guys.
Bye,
Later. Bye.
I mean, I wish you well with your discussion tomorrow with how you call it. I hope they don't find that job for you, man. I pray for you.
You know, my man, good. I want substitute, baby.
Okay, so my man, what job you want? What your qualification? What job you want? Let me do one list.
I got no qualification. I go to school.
What?
I go to school. What are you talking about? I'll get you.
But then you fit in with many people right now. They play, yeah, so that's no problem.
With many people, you put among other people, right?
Yeah. I know that other people.
So my people, the man rejected the job interview. So the man saying he want job in the government. Just so you know.
Man, when you're a professional player, you sit down substitute playing. No problem. I'm a professional.
They're going to get time. I mean, you and George Lobo will praying for you. Okay.
Oh, John Lobo ain't got nothing yet.
No, we're still looking for space for John Lobo.
John Lobo is fine. I met John Lobo.
Policy, John, the only man who are talking policy for
I met John Lobo. John Lobo is great.
John Lobo and my brother, the man put a proposal up. He went to the president. They met the president and the team with a new proposal. And maybe things will work. Everybody put the proposal up, for the first 6 months.
I mean, there's so many opportunities on the ground.
A lot of opportunities in Liberia, man. But I like the position, of Dwalu and George Lobo. They are positive. They are fighting for the Liberian people.
Man, look, if they can just facilitate diaspora involvement on the private sector side, that's enough. Nobody needs
I would trust you and I would trust you and Dwalu. You're gonna have the meeting beyond Jade. Close to you invite us. Then you say we'll bring Diaspora. That's how you want to do us now. Only us are on set. The panel listening. Going ahead to have a meeting. Then you and Dwalu went beyond Jade. You'll have that meeting. You'll have your meeting and you're king by the wrapping house. Remember Leo with the Diaspora team.
And then maybe we copyright the proposal.
Yeah.
We copyright the proposal.
I was on a highway driving 11 o'clock in the night. They better call me back because I don't play in Delaware. Actually, no, Black Violin. Anybody who listening, go see Black Violin. They can perform. Wonderful group. But
you see, you're to a place in Delaware. I hope you didn't go to the wrong place. So.
There you go. Hey, I say I went. Me and my wife went Delaware.
They got a guy out of Webster now. He want no trouble. He said, me and my wife.
No trouble. Me and my wife went Delaware, but actually we go no funny place. But it was a wonderful show. I can't remember the name of the hall, but man, you guys can really perform. And they have a guy from an African guy who opened for them. He lives in New York. Real good performer too. His name on Instagram is Simkane, Simkane.
That's nice.
That's good.
That's
yeah,
nice.
but
go see us through a wonderful show, man.
So we have a meeting. The man just called me and we just briefly talked about it. We need to have a meeting. Just set a time. Let's have a meeting to really discuss before we reach the whole thing out to other people. Because they may have a concept, so other people may have other ideas. But a lot of people been calling me and really interested and want to be on the ground floor of this thing as we move it up.
I like the fact that we all try our best to do that, which is right for Liberia. Andrew Mama, thank you very much. I admire you, Andrew Mama. Your
And
giant.
the mama is a trooper, Jedi. We haven't had time to connect. I saw that to that spot the other time I was leaving. But I will connect with you. I got some free time in a few days.
Okay.
Yeah, please
Hey,
connect
Mama,
with
let me confess, though. I got one of my men who can harass me every day on this show. How you looking beautiful, everything. I told the man, I said, my man, you gotta show down. You gotta bring real money before I even introduce you. So that I'm waiting for now.
Oh my God. You want to spend money, before you got to
I
pay
want you this
direct.
only for him because
that man
you
will
know.
stay on his side.
Let him
Because,
pay direct.
Easy.
because tomorrow when I
My
even
big, I
lie,
still
he'll
not
stay on
spoil
his
your
side.
will.
No, but you got to go to my nephew too. You got to go pay direct.
Oh, wait now. So
That
what
man-
happened with
that man
Nelson?
will stay
It's
on his
getting
side.
9 o'clock. Jen, noticing the time.
Yeah, and now tonight, Nelson is in studio. We gotta go.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I want to
see
say,
that.
Auntie Mama, thank you, man. Tomorrow we'll be having a wonderful program, though. Something about this show, as a vibe. I woke up this morning. The show from yesterday. Can you imagine 82,000 views just on Spoon
Yeah,
Talk?
I asked you today if it passed the 60,000.
It's 82,000. Fabric.
Yesterday show?
Yeah, Fabric have their own support and YouTube. Our YouTube passing 20,000 now. And you know, yeah, this is the heart when you talk about Liberia Evelyn program. Seriously speaking,
You know,
and I'm
I
so
must admit, the
when
amount
I
of
drive
people.
in the my car, there can always be conflict between Spoon and one other effort can just merge. But probably it's the old radio in my car that can be doing that thing. There can be there's some cross signal between
maybe that the frequency. Yeah,
Maybe
Just
somebody signal too close to the
try
Spoon
try
signal.
try the other station. Try Fabric or try Super.
Yeah. I think that's what I need to do. Try one of the other efforts.
But I swear, I didn't know.
On a serious note,
I didn't know the amount of friends or people I know watch Spoon or significant number of them. And some of them can wait. They can come from work, balance, and watch it. Or the next day, soon the morning they watch it.
Watch it on YouTube.
a lot of people can watch it, but want to send a shout out to my cousin Bernadette Peabody. She's somewhere in Virginia area. I think you know her probably, or she know you, Isaac. Bernadette.
You know me,
Peabody.
but I need to know her.
Yeah, I don't know her if you don't know her. I want to send a shout out to her. You know, a nice cousin of mine. I wish her well. Folks, every one of you that take your time to watch Spoon, watch our program, our craziness, our joke. I would just say this: God is in control. Let's worry about Liberia. It shall be well. We present Joseph Boakai in the hands of Liberia. He will govern well. He's the president for 6 years. He will be. God will give him longevity. He will live to see the end of his presidency and decide whether he will run again. Listen, leadership is not easy, but with God above, he will succeed and help make Liberia better. So every day you go to bed, just remember the leadership. And even those opposition, remember them. We all will unite. We all will come together and say, sweet Liberia. We can disagree on the issue. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. A lot of people say, Stanton, what's going on with you? Stanton, this no. God there. I'm fine. We discuss everything every day. I'll be here by God's grace. Don't worry about me. God is there. God is in control. Spoon Talk will be your station. It is your station. We'll ride and die together. All right? God first in everything. With God above, we will succeed. So we want to say thank you for joining us every day. You say I shouldn't call your name, but every day you tap in Madam Moulton. I'll just call you. Are you related to the Moulton in Delaware? Oh, let me just run my business.
I mean, they say every year, past Sam is 70 years old. Say last
Okay,
day.
something about Uncle Sam. Every year he's 70 years old. So we want to say thank you very much, Madam Jemima Monokoli. Thanks to all of our many listeners. All is well. We will be here. Fatika will be here. Even if you get job, if the ombudsman are stopping, he will come back. Now the sedition are happy because they got an ombudsman. What is his name? Friendly Kanga Friendly. That's his name, I believe. So they say he will stop Mo Ali them from coming on Spoon Talk because it will be breaking the code of conduct. Is that right, Asifa? These guys they will not come and discuss the issue no more. Stephen Johnson, Patrick Honda, when they're in position, Amos Tware, they will not come and discuss that politics anymore.
But then something, whoever that ombudsman person is, there's something wrong with that. He would say it's against the code of conduct for government officials to come to speak to the public.
No, to speak politics, like what we do, like the real hardcore election politics. They can speak about the job. It's different.
No, but it depends on, are they coming to campaign or are they coming to discuss political issues?
So it's how they're going to say it. It's how they're going to say it.
Right.
So I think they can defend the government, but they can defend represent the individual institutions. I think that's what I meant. I don't know what it is.
We gotta read more about I was just thinking because I went back and forth with someone.
I will check the code of conduct. I don't think I've seen it.
That's the reason why Madam Sedi refused. That's the reason why Madam Sedi refused them.
They can't use government time to come talk about that. They can't use government building.
Yeah.
They can't use government car.
Yep.
So those things are clear, but I don't know that they cannot come and talk about the performance of government to make a case for their government. That should be something that they should be able to do.
They can.
We look at the fine print in it.
But like you said, they can't take the time to be like the campaigning. You know what I mean? And one thing people didn't understand today, though, we should talk about it, right? The issue that they don't say, except they take away the tenure. That tenure, they shouldn't bring anybody else in that position. Because it will be an embarrassment for the government to come in 6 years. And that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Wait.
But who are they? They don't say something. Go ahead. They don't say something. I wanted to ask him a question. He said, those that violated the tenure, and I kind of agree with him that those that violated the tenure, I think they should automatically be removed. There shouldn't be even no compensation. They remove them. Those that didn't violate. So I mean, if they think that people talking about will be hard, I think this would be an easy fix because a lot of them did violate the tenure, the tenure. So I don't know how they would want to do it, but if they want to remove it, then those vacancies will be open for long, though. Because when are they going to go and pass a new legislation to change it?
No, but violating the tenure and being removed because of that does not stop. As much as this government may dislike tenure, should not limit the president from appointing somebody to those tenure positions. But that does not mean they can't work on the law to change it.
But he's saying they're not going to carry them for confirmation.
You know what he said? He said they will not confirm them. He said they will not confirm them.
That kind of blanket statement, they can have a discussion with Dillon and it can change. But I don't think that's rational thinking to just automatically say because these people lost their tenure based on their own actions. And even though this government does not want tenure to happen, I agree.
I agree with Dillon. You do not want to put Angie Mama to a tenure position that you fight to remove somebody and pay almost $300,000. The next government going to come in again. The same thing will happen. Why not you solve the problem now? Remove all the LTA folks. You see Israel Arkansas taking picture now. They are negotiating. Give them the money. Let it go sit down. Bring in Patrick Honda. Bring in Abdullah. Bring in all of them. But you know what? With a document stating you have been hired by the president, but you're not on tenure. And they have to create they have to go back. They got to go back and create a law saying LTA is now. We got almost 27 entities that is on tenure in the country.
To amend the tenure clauses cannot be that difficult. They can amend all the tenure clauses in all the different institutions.
And that's what they're not saying. They don't say that's what needs to be done.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be that long of a process. If they really want it to happen, if they want it to work, it shouldn't be that long of a process.
I think they should remove it. I think they should just remove it altogether. Just remove the
there are some positions that are traditionally tenure.
Constitutionally, the Central Bank of Liberia, the National Election Commission, those are the places that you got to protect. Those LACC, you know, you got to protect them. You cannot say they should be
rest of them, get rid of it.
But all the rest of the PP tenure position, them like LTA, Like, and somebody said that land, somebody that on land commission on tenure, like lottery on tenure, all the yama yama they gotta go. All the yama yama they gotta go. And Auntie Mama, thank you very much, Auntie Mama. You gotta go. Have a wonderful evening, Auntie Mama. We love you so much and we wish you well. We'll see you tomorrow by God's grace.
Thank you.
All right, Mama.
Yeah,
folks.
later. Yeah, 1 o'clock.
When Nelson come on, I will hang out with us. Hassan Fadiga. While Nelson come on, Fadiga. Let's talk about that thing. Let the puppy go. Let the puppy will plenty gray hair. Let him go. That's all I would think.
Every year you know the sea. Every year I he knows the sea. How is the earthquake?
No, no earthquake, but with Banos. Yeah. So you're not coming back?
Liberia is great. I haven't been in studio for a while.
Are you not coming back, Joe?
I'm supposed to come back, but every time you know how it is, you hopefully wait until. So a lot of times I get.
But we're doing what? We're doing what?
I don't want to come out and then I have to run back again. So I'm just here. I'm running. I'm doing some other stuff. I'll be coming soon. We'll be unveiling a new line of product, Uber. We will be appearing on Spoon soon. Bringing. I don't want to do it without consulting the CEO. There are a lot of other startup companies going to be starting here soon. So I've been helping, consulting with a couple of companies. So I mean, muted. I can see you. I know who you're talking to. Nelson, what's up, man? I see you.
Yeah, man. What do you mean you can't see me? Can you see me now?
I can see you.
Yeah, but your
eyes. We will be launching a company called Ride Me. It's going to be launching.
It's a form of like Uber, right?
Like Uber, but it will be like both in Ghana and something. It's called Ride Me. You should see ad. Hopefully, will be appearing on the show. We'll find a time. The whole team will come here to arrive to talk about it. It's a very big project. Hopefully, when launching, we expect the president to.
You don't make it weak.
Group of people, you will see them when you know that. I don't want to jump the gun.
So you're excluding me.
I mean, the team's still open. We're looking for partners. You want to buy shares?
You know how Rami sound. It sounds bad, though.
It sounds bad. I want to make it nice and unique. Now it's catchy, yeah. I know your mind going in. We the relations people and committed people. We don't. Our minds are pure. Yeah. So just
okay.
So get ready, folks. You should be seeing it launching hopefully by the early part of next month. By the first.
We'll be here.
Other than that, I mean, Liberia is here. I just wait for this country, but man, there's so many work to be done, and so little people to do it. I keep saying the Liberia that we won. If you're interested, we are shares. Few shares are out there if you want to be a part. It's a startup company. It's going to be big. Later on for Liberia, we hope to launch in Sierra Leone and Guinea. So it's a huge project. So that takes most of my time during the day, just to occupy my time until, But that's it.
Thank you very much. As always, it's good to see you.
Hey, my man, we have to do a documentary on nothing. I got more videos.
The drugs video.
Yeah, drugs. The issue of drugs in Liberia is very sad. Let me just say this before I leave. Look, drugs is so prevalent in Liberia. Drugs is so scattered. Drugs is one of the easier things to get in Liberia, and our children are dying young. It's just a matter of time, and it transcends your wealth or where you are. Everybody should be concerned. I know one in every 10 family have somebody that has been victimized by drugs. I've seen friends say, "Oh my!" One of my buddies told me, "Say my sister died from drugs." I mean, it's so bad off, and those of you with the skills and expertise in drug treatment and counseling, come here, train some folks. I intend to start some training here soon to start training some folks We need a lot of counselor. We need to train a lot of PA specialists. We need to train a lot of people.
Nancy is sleeping.
I pray that the government is more into that. Nancy, you got something to show?
I'll say Eugene Fadiga. You want to come on Nancy show? Come on.
No, man. I'm doing nothing about my own comment. That Nancy show can be too hard for me.
So where are you? Are you home? Are you in a hotel? Where are you staying, Fadiga?
Well, I'm still in the hotel. I have not left the hotel yet since we came.
Wow.
We actually stay in the hotel now. It's a little spendy, but it's more convenient. You don't have to deal with too much heat and the current going. It's like a home away from home. You still get to enjoy some of the amenities. And then the whole malaria stuff and things like that. I'm a victim. I try to be more careful now. But I'm adjusting.
So you import your food. Your food comes to you in the hotel, right?
No. We got people. No, my American cook for us.
What about Mary?
The great Mary. Mary. When you come in there, you gotta see Mary.
Where?
Mary, that person that can bless people in this town. No, I got families that cook, family members that cook and bring food.
Okay.
Some order food, but I'm trying to stay away from food because Stanton, the Liberian food people say you can't be able to follow that. You come here, the food.
So let's see you. Let's see your stomach.
I can't get fat, man. You won't even see me. So they say, "Oh, mommy, you're trying to order on the show." Look, the thing here is the food here. We are starved in America, especially when it comes to Liberian food. Honestly, the thing people be saying, I know what the heck they be saying in okay and in plastic is different. The fish tastes different. Cassava fish tastes different. Boonie tastes different. Everything here tastes different. I ate fever leaf today. It tastes different. Got nothing at the food.
Who cooked the fever leaf?
Who cooked?
Yeah.
Order from Malaysia.
Who the Mary? Everybody told me Mary.
Everybody knows I just eat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but there are a lot of good restaurants, but I have family members that do cook. But yeah, so you gotta be very careful when you come here with the Liberian food.
So for 3-4 months, you get in the hotel. Do you talk to your brother Fagon?
I see Fagon every day. Fagon and myself, in fact, we hang out last weekend. I was with him on his birthday. Hang out with him. Day before yesterday, I was with Fagon. I'll probably see him later on today.
Today? In late?
This is one, boy. You're
talking about on your side now, today.
Yeah. I see Fagon. Fagon is doing well. His passion for LBS, I think he's going to be breaking ground for a very huge project. I don't want to jump ahead of it on Thursday, I think.
Yeah, but he was saying something like that on one of his podcasts today.
Did he say it?
Yeah, he was having a podcast. But my next question to you though. So your brother go to work and you stay home and you be waiting for him to come home. So he's like your father now, right?
Yeah. No, I find some things to do on my time. I do something here and there. Like I said, I've been spending a lot of time with that project. We got 2 other projects that will be coming up. And some other small projects. So there are a lot of things to do here. It's just that there are a lot of things to do. Someone said, Farika, you don't have a home in Liberia. Look at the other clown. You don't have a home in Liberia.
Which one of the hotel you here to tell us?
You want me to come out hotel for security reasons? I cannot say it.
You cannot? That Bella Casa, you in Bella Casa. You in
Bella Casa.
And that hotel name? With that hotel?
What they call Bella Casa? I don't know what that hotel was.
So actually, you be staying at home waiting for your older brother to come home, then you'll take the car and go out. Because you got nowhere to go. The man got to go to work.
I got a government car. I got a private car. I got a little private car that I use. But it's nice. I do find some things to do with my time. Sometimes it gets boring. I miss my daughter. She tends to be calling me a lot this time on video.
Yeah, how old is she?
I don't think she's doing good. I think she misses me.
I said, how old is your daughter?
She'll be 16 this year. She's 15.
Okay.
So
My daughter turned 23. Then that's my first daughter turned 25. The second in October, she will be 24. The third is 23. My grandson is 1 year old. My son Stanton is going to be 13. And my son Sam is going to be 23 too. So it's one of those things. It's one of those things, God bless you, and you got to be happy.
I have one.
You got three girls, you got two grandsons, you got two sons. So together you got a big family. And the godsend wife. So that's beautiful. And, that's the way it is.
But Liberia is a great place to be. It's just that with the drugs business, for those of you that bring your children here, be very careful. Before Liberia, one of those places, if your children give you a hard time, you want to send it here. But I will not.
They said that you quit your job. Zuba.
I was pretty much self-employed. I was an independent contractor in the state.
Yeah, you were. So
I ran, I supervised a couple of companies.
You used to make money, because anytime I call you, people just calling you. You left all of that to
I had
get
a lot of contract. I had a lot of contract. I did diagnostic assessment.
You had a lot of contract, making a lot of money, Fatiga. Seriously, why you left
that's
it all?
the sacrifice we made for the country. People didn't know how much people are making. People talking and
I know how much you were making, because I know, Fatiga, but why you left it all? You had a beautiful home, you had a nice car, and and you had nothing but just your daughter right there with you. You spoil her. Why you left it all to go to Liberia?
Some of us love this country so much. Look, for someone like me that have traveled extensively, you would just go to one place in Liberia and you imagine it being another place. Look at Jamaica. I went to Jamaica about 4 or 5 times. Look, Liberia, the sea.
So we are Jamaica or the Jamaica?
No, we smoking Jamaica. I'm talking about we are Jamaica. Look, the island is no different from it looks like Liberia. There's so many similarities when you look at Jamaica, and there are other countries where you go to, even in West Africa. Look at Senegal. The tourism industry. Look at Arico. Look at even Guinea. I mean, in as much as it's still somebody there. When I come to Liberia, I say, why can't we have this here? Why can't we do this here? Why are we doing things this way? So look, I know that the Liberia that we want, Stanton, will not achieve it. It will just sit in the US and keep talking. So right after the election, I saw young, smart Liberians, people that want to do the right thing, but just do not have that role model. They do not have nobody to guide them. And I'm like, you know what? Can I stay here and take care of the American people? How many clients? I don't know how many clients, hundreds of clients, people that I help with addiction, mental health, and writing a treatment plan, doing a diagnosis. And then I come to Liberia and I see we have worse problems. So I'm like, you know what? I think
so outside of government, Fatiga. So outside of the government, right? Can you do the same thing you were doing here, or must you work in the government?
I don't have to work in government. Stanton, let me tell you something. Let me tell you what motivates me. In us, go to kind of two. I didn't come from a family that worked in government. My dad was a teacher. My mom was a director of nurses. She was working at a government hospital, nurses, and working at a flour mill. That's the kind of middle class, civil servant kind of family that I grew up in. I'm first generation Fadiga. For me, it's more of a legacy, more of family name, upholding the family name than even the money. That's just what motivates me. I can work outside of government. I'm very innovative. I'm doing some other things here. But so when it comes to service, that's what. But I can run a practice here. But yeah, it's what happened in Liberia. Even when you look at the drug treatment thing, the government wants to run. I've sat with the DEA because part of a huge component of the DEA is not only just arresting people. They have a treatment component to it. because they will be rather than prosecuting people, they want to give people option to seek treatment, so we can have a treatment facility. But it's at a snail pace. People are doing it, other people are doing it, and I want to help. I will be able to help in my spare time. But you want somewhere that you can have an impact, and government being the most influential and powerful institution, I thought I would start it. But if I don't get a job in government, it's not the end of the world. I will still
No, but
survive.
I understand. It's you and most people that have experience and they know this thing better. Because I know you. Look at your brother. You had a good job. Work with the FBI. You know, I know because I know you guys. But he left it. When he said, I'm going to serve as deputy director, Operation DEA. Look at you.
And
I
you go
want
to work
Liberians,
at 3 a.m.
I want Liberia to just understand why you left it all. And for 4 months, you still don't have a job. Why can't we change that now to give back to those who call Zocos and the rehab center and mental health, addiction, those different issues to enable us, Fadika? You build one of the biggest offices in the country and allow folks to come for mental health training and rehab training. And you can do it. That's where you specialize in.
I
Don't you
spoke
think
about
you will be sponsored by some other NGOs out there? And
I've talked to a lot of stakeholders. I've gone to some of the DEA meetings. I've gone to a lot of couple of the stakeholder meetings and to really see how we can something. And let me tell you this other fun. So the Zocos, they are very smart young men. Stanton, you just need to spend a month in Liberia. These guys will know you by your car. They will know you by your name. They will know where you live. They will know your wife, your children, everything about you. Even if they don't know where you live, if they can find where you live, they will find where you live.
no, I know. I know. We went to buy a computer. We want to buy a computer. They have never seen me before when I was in Liberia, right? Then Nelson, it was how you call him, Joseph, Emmanuel, all of them. Just when I walk out, that's the CEO. That's the CEO. They refuse to leave till I spoke to them. And they said, give the CEO a chance, give the CEO a chance. And they all just hold hand and we drove off after I took care of them. You're right, they know you.
This is what they did to me today. I was at GT Bank, I went to the ATM, the other one came to me. Chief Fadiga, the people they abandoned all year, they said they were going to give her treatment. They called Marco Zay, they took our picture here. And this was his word. Oh, we want to have meeting with you. We really want to get for these people. I've heard that story so many times for them. That's the story. But he was actually endorsing me in the conversation. So I say, you know what? Let us meet. Let us schedule a meeting. Where can we meet? Oh, I say, all right. Let me do this place. They said, no, they can't meet there because the other people in there, they can't get this chance. They set their own time and own place for us to meet today. They made their own schedule for us to meet. I went there, I met them. They said they wanted to eat, they wanted something to do, they wanted things to do. But the thing here is, Stanton, the best facility now I think is run by a Lebanese guy. Is somewhere on the highway towards Bikino. There are few. Do you know people are taking the children out of the country and secretly to Ghana? You know that there are paid treatment centers in this place.
But let me ask you, but let me ask you, what do you need though? What do you need to build a treatment center of Fadika mental health treatment center? Something that you're going to run. You're going to go to those big shot homes and take care of the children. Not something that, I mean, you did it over here, Fadika.
Intensive inpatient treatment facility that can do at least 90 days. Take the cell phone from them, how they do. Take the cell phone, shut them out of the world, keep them there for 90 days, and have some outpatient facilities.
But you have some rehab center in the country, something for you to just contribute to them, for you to go there, for you to talk to them and help them like you did over here. Fadika, you got the great ideas, man. What holding you down? I mean, I'm not seeing that in Liberia, but to move and say I want to be deputy minister, I want to be minister, I want to be assistant minister, I want to be when you have everything in you that the government can come running after you. Look at the budget on drugs, $26 million. Look, the war on drugs that the president
Well,
talking
depend
about.
on whether the DA will get that 26
But
million.
let's just leave it as it is. The president declared war on drugs. Look at Sierra Leone. The president in Sierra Leone declared war on drugs. People are being more innovative right now. They are getting out of the bubble. I don't want to be in government to do this. I want to build an NGO that can help these people and get them out of the street. Can that be the fadiga? Instead of you saying, I'm going to sit there and wait, maybe the person will call me, maybe Grace will call me, maybe Mamaka will call me. I'm going to sit here, I'm going to create something new. Can we just come from this? I want to be in government to I want to help the government from the outside.
I have had that thought several times. I've had that thought to meet the president to see if he can organize a drug side. But let me tell you what is happening here. There are a lot of bureaucrats here. We have the Ministry of Health. We have different components that are doing the same thing. You do not want to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of people, a lot of other agencies that have already taken hold of this thing here. They may not do it because they're doing it at a larger scale. They may not do it the way that you will want to do it effectively. But what I noticed in Liberia or Stanton, if you're not head of institution, if you're not heading any project yet, get ready to be rolling around. Most times, the smallest time you can have things in this country if you head some institution. But if you are just there, most times you'll just be employee, just there taking pay. Because the head kind of giving exclusive power.
Yeah, but for me, maybe I love to be creative though. I love to create something. I love to bring something up that I would say, yes, this is listen, spontaneously, but it will come together. Now what we are saying, listen, you
I
do
have
it.
about 3 projects in mind.
You bring a group of people together, put some money down, find a location, and tap into the Ministry of Health, the Gender Ministry, and tap into the DEA. Tell people, say, let me get 5 patients here, 5 patients here, 5 patients here, go to youth and sport, and do it with the first 20 or 25 patients produce, help them, and write a proposal, take it to NGOs, the United Nations. Something going to come about the fadiga. I'll say UJ. It's good having a kickback conversation on the show, my brother.
Stanton, let me say this.
Wish you well.
You see the problem with drugs here. I've been having a lot of conversation with different stakeholders. But let me tell you something. There is a market for drug treatment in Liberia. Whether for commercial, whether for charity, there is a market for drugs. Drugs have taken over our country. I can tell you, it's not only Monrovia. I'm talking about every county. Every county. You tell us in our poor and Sunday society, they're taking it there. Look, the people are trading drugs for gold. They're trading drugs for fish. The fishermen, everywhere. That how sporadic and that how bad it is. So there is a huge market for it. A lot of our official children, they are taking them out of the country, taking them to Ghana, quietly taking them to treatment facility. People are crying. So there is a market. I've already thought about it. I've been talking to the train, but it's a different town. It's a struggle. I'm fighting to see how best we can do. I can help in that direction.
Let's leave Nelson alone. We're already 24 minutes into his time. Like that, I see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, my brother. Nelson Colette. Nelson, you're from Bon County, right?
Yeah. Oh, so I see you. I know I see you going. Okay. Well, folks, we want to say thank you for being here tonight. Thanks to all of you who join us on the show. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. That's how we like to draw down the curtains on the show for tonight. Thanks to all of you who have been following across the internet on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Thanks to all of the folks out there who have been following as well via the radio, several frequencies across Liberia. We appreciate you. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of the program. Until then, Have a good night. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us tonight on the show, on the late night show. Until then, have a good night. Liberia is all we have. Let's remember to keep the peace. And bye-bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco,